So welcome to the Digital Economist from the World Economic Forum here in Davos, Switzerland. We are holding our inaugural roundtable, and we're excited to have a huge turnover and a highly curated roundtable. The Digital Economist is an impact platform focused on thought leadership and bringing investable opportunities in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals to the fore. So we're very excited to welcome folks on January 23rd this evening, and looking forward to great partnership and a lot of value we create for the community along the way. So welcome. Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Navroop Sahdev and I'm the founder and CEO of the Digital Economist, which is a global impact ecosystem focused on building the missing knowledge pieces towards a human-centered digital economy. I'm also a fellow at MIT Connection Science and UCL Center for Blockchain Technologies. And I'm delighted to welcome today to a two-day summit on Beyond Stakeholder Capitalism, Navigating the Post-Pandemic Digital Economy. It's our pleasure and it's our honor welcoming over 200 of you who have registered for the summit as participants, along with our 40 stellar hosts who will be joining us from top organizations in the world, from all over the world, as we speak throughout the duration of the next 2 days and over the course of the next 10 roundtables today and tomorrow. And with that, I would love to share a little bit with you on the initial intent and the timing of this summit. Over the past year and a half with the pandemic, I think the lesson of our interconnectedness and our interdependence is anything but clear. A lot of the climate crisis that was in the distant future is now our current reality. Whether it's wildfires in California or the breakdown of the electricity grid in Texas, and the list goes on. And this is again, just in reference to the United States, where we are based in Washington, DC. We think the time is now for us to not just adopt a new paradigm when it comes to our connectedness, whether through digital technologies or business, but also for companies and organizations that are critical and perhaps for the most important part of our journey towards sustainability, a better world, and going beyond just the bottom line when it comes to business and ultimately serving for human outcomes. And that's really what we stand for. And that's really why we take a systems approach to doing what we do. Over the past year and a half, we've published open source papers exploring different aspects of the digital economy, whether on the theme of antifragility, on how to build systems that are robust and resilient, but even beyond that, antifragile, which is the opposite of fragility, borrowing from Nassim Taleb's work on the topic, or on policy, where we've commented and analyzed and researched on why governments have done things a certain way and how they can do better when it comes to ultimately serving human outcomes. We think that production should not be the ultimate goal of the economy, of all business, but in fact, it should be building a better human-centered world that in fact starts with sustainability. And that includes taking care of our planet, that includes taking care of other species. So really our message is that of inclusion. Our message is of recognizing that interdependence and using digital technologies as a tool to better serve not just us as the species, but really beyond that, to include all the species on the planet. And we are a think and do tank, we often say. And so not just the knowledge pieces, the thinking aspect, but also launched over 10 initiatives in the past year and a half since our launch at Davos in conjunction with the 50th anniversary of the World Economic Forum, and the world got locked down soon thereafter. We have put out a number of impact initiatives, and we've touched the lives of thousands of professionals all over the world. So whether you've been part of this journey over the past year and a half, or you're a recent addition to our community, I'm delighted to welcome you personally, and I look forward to collaboration, to joining forces, to partnerships in the future towards the shared outcomes, towards a shared mission. At the same time, as a logical consequence of a lot of what we are doing and have been doing over the past years in terms of our initiatives, whether it's guiding how to build more responsible tech or policy-related work, we think and we are launching our advisory services for companies and for startups and governments over the course of the next few years to really bring to the market and bring to the public sector in a more focused and engaged way many of the learnings and insights that we've gained. So with that, without further ado, I would love to welcome you to the summit itself, and we look forward to your engagement. We will be starting with a little meditation session today, just to get us a little anchored and get us a little centered and be at a place of reception. You will be engaging directly with the stakeholders who have been invited to host these roundtables, people who are building these technologies, who are at the forefront of these conversations and represent some of the key organizations in the world. And an equally stellar, of course, list of your colleagues who are participants and are not a lot different from anyone else in the meeting, because the opportunity to engage and because the opportunity to discuss all of these things and really bring forth those tangible opportunities is yours just the same.
All right. Welcome everyone again. I would love to invite Heidi Kupari, who's joining us today, to lead a little meditation session for the next 10 minutes before we dive into the roundtables. So Heidi, over to you.
Thank you, Navroop. I'm so delighted to be here. Thank you everyone who is here right now. I know how crazy the world is today, so to carve out the time to do something with other amazing mountain movers like yourself is a gift. And so I'm going to invite everyone to close your eyes. And we're going to take 3 deep cleansing breaths together. I would like you to hold the inhale and then hold and count the exhale. So take a deep cleansing breath in for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 6. The same thing 2 more times. Okay, with your eyes closed, I'd like you to imagine that there is no distractions, and that in this slice of this moment together, we can be present and leave all of our worries at the door with our day-to-day lives, to just be present with these amazing people who've been curated. And if you're here today, you have been working towards a mission, you have a big lever for change, you are a mountain mover, you are a type A, you are a lover, you are a parent, you are a change maker, you're leading something, you're changing your company from the inside out. Whatever it is that brought you here today, you have a big mission. And so I just want to invite everyone to relax into that, relax. Because like you, I am one of those people who have been pushing because I care so much about the mission of human-centered digital economy in all that I do. And I'm sure you all do too. And you might be feeling weary. You might be feeling tired and overwhelmed. And we're here to be together, to be a refuge, to be a sanctuary, and to know that you're not alone in changing things. And we know it's hard. When we first launched the Digital Economist, one of the phrases we said over and over that Navroop brought forward is, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. And in this time, which seems so hard and so dark, we need to know that we are not alone and that we can reach out to each other and that we have to also take care of ourselves and lean on each other and ask each other for help. Every power person needs to feel held too. So imagine that if you didn't do anything else today, that by being here and deeply connecting with people, be open, be vulnerable, be brave, be bold, say what you feel, be yourself. This is a safe place. And that those people on your left and right can move mountains with you together. And that we are shoring up for a marathon for this next 10 years to bring us all back to ourselves and the planet. So we must lean on each other because we are in for a wild ride, ups and downs, pain and joy. All of it is part of the beautiful human experience. And we are here because we believe technology can connect us and advance us to radical places and radical limits that we never thought was possible without each other. So now I'm just going to invite you to sit and feel that calling, feel that drumbeat that brought you here today, and trust it. Because we are going beyond the stars together. So please take 3 more deep breaths just to soak that in. And imagine yourself where we're going to be all together in a future place celebrating what we've accomplished. Feeling that excitement together of what we set off 2 years ago. Even if you're here today, you are part of this. And many more will be as well. Okay, take a deep breath. Okay, and I'm going to count down from 5. And I'm going to invite you to just wake up all the cells of your body, be present, listen to each other, and have fun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes and see each other with new eyes. And let's do this. Thank you, Navroop.
Heidi, thank you so much. We have our roundtable hosts for the first roundtable who are ready to get started. We have another couple of minutes to go before that. So we will request you all to stay on standby as we get started with our very first session. And in the meantime, please feel free to use the chat function, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, where you're joining from, and what you do. And we'll see you in a little bit. So welcome everyone. This is Navroop Sahdev, and great to see all here. A fantastic turnover, and I know we have the first roundtables host in the room. And I just thought I'll do a little bit of an introduction. Sonia, who's joining us from Bangladesh, Satya, who's joining us from Canada, as well as Brian, who's joining us from Europe, and our fourth roundtable host, Rick, who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Great, so fantastic to have everyone here. We do request that you put yourself on mute if you're not actively talking or engaging, just to reduce the background noise, as well as and keep it easy for the host as well in the meantime. And please use your raise your hand function if you don't know where it is. If you look at the bottom right, in fact, there's a reactions sign. If you click that at the very bottom, you'll see raise hand. So please use that if something you'd like to add. We're keeping the format fairly straightforward. Each roundtable host will be speaking for 5 minutes each on exactly what they're doing and the challenges that they are currently encountering, and not just in their own, own work, but also the industry in general too. So with that, we do hope that this becomes a learning session, joint learning and collaborations for everyone. We do want to get to tangible opportunities, as you know, and tangible outcomes from these roundtables. So I will invite at this point Sonia and everyone else to, we're pretty early, so we're doing very well on time to start the roundtable, kick off the first roundtable, and what a beautiful theme to start with. Indeed, on our sustainable future, and we'll talk about the 3Ds. So Sonia, over to you. 30 minutes sooner. We are recording this, just FYI to everyone. And so, if that's something that you're not comfortable with, you can keep yourself on mute and keep your video off. But otherwise, we do request that you stay engaged, keep your video on, and just have that human connection going. So, all right, with that, Sonia, over to you.
Thank you, Navroop. Can you hear me? Good, thanks. Hello, everyone. And we're all from different time zones. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon. And this is a topic that is very exciting. I have a tech background, so I'll be delving more on the digitization aspect. But without further ado, I'll just jumpstart my 5-minute talk, and then there's 4 of us co-hosts. We'll go in some order. So just
hey
like
Siri, set my timer for 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
And that's why we request you stay on mute. I'm trying to find who that is so I can mute them, but please try to make sure that you stay on mute so it doesn't interrupt the host. Sonia, if you don't mind, please do start again.
Okay, thank you. You want me to start from the beginning, or I can just start my talking?
Up to you, Sonia.
Yeah. It's okay. So I'll just begin with the topic that is what we're discussing today. So a few days back, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has given its starkest warning yet, which is a code red for planet Earth. For a sustainable future, we have only this decade left to decide what our future will look like, and action is required today, not tomorrow. Decarbonization, digitalization, and decentralization will play key roles here. Everything is going to be electric and everything is going to be renewable. This is our golden chance for decarbonization. For this to become a reality, we need to rethink how our energy systems work. Producing electricity in huge power plants in locations where power is not needed is an outdated concept. With solar photovoltaic or PV and storage becoming cheaper every day, electric vehicles omnipresent, including the 1.5 million local Teslas, what we call in Bangladesh, we have everything we need for a revolution of the age-old energy system through decentralization. Energy is produced where it is consumed. There will be millions of communities that produce and store their own power and will trade their electricity among each other, which has already started. The first of these sharing grids was set up in a Bangladeshi village in 2015, and we were a part of that, invested in that company. The future energy system is going to be more flexible and smarter now that we've done the decentralization and decarbonization, and we come to the part that is closest to my heart is through digitization. Digitization is helping improve the safety, the productivity, the accessibility and sustainability of energy systems around the world. If an electricity grid is top-down and rigid, the result we see today, we have a vast overcapacity in electricity generation, specifically in Bangladesh, but yet we have load shedding at the same time. An increase in digitization will help here, coupled with more decentralized generation, specifically storage capacity, by creating better incentives and making it easier for consumers to store and sell surplus electricity to the grid. Over the coming decades, digital technologies are set to make energy systems around the world more connected, intelligent, efficient, reliable, and sustainable. Stunning advances in data, in analytics and connectivity are enabling a range of new digital applications, such as smart appliances, shared mobility, and 3D printing. Digitalized energy systems in the future may also be able to identify who needs energy and deliver at the right time, in the right place, and at the lowest cost. Policymakers, business executives, and other stakeholders increasingly are facing new and complex decisions with incomplete or imperfect information. Adding to this challenge is the extremely dynamic nature of energy systems, which are often built on large, long-lived physical infrastructure and assets. So what is this new era in energy? And we think it's going to be digitalization. The trends are astounding. Data is growing at an exponential rate. Internet traffic has tripled in only the past 5 years, and 90% of the data in the world today was only created over the past 2 years. This exponential growth has led to the use of increasingly large units of measurement. For example, global annual internet traffic surpassed the exabyte threshold in 2001 and is expected to surpass the zettabyte threshold by 2017. People and devices are becoming connected in ever increasing numbers. More than 3.5 billion people, or nearly half of the global population, now use the internet, up from only 500 million in 2001. 54% of households now have internet access at home. And in the last 5 years, the global mobile broadband subscriptions have increased threefold and surpassed 4 billion active subscriptions. There are now more than mobile phone subscriptions of 7.7 billion people of that in the world. So everyday watches, everyday objects such as watches, home appliances, cars are being connected to communication networks or the Internet of Things to provide a range of services and applications such as personal healthcare, smart electricity grids, surveillance, home automation, and the list goes on. The impact of these tremendous digital advances and their rapid deployment across the energy landscape raises the fundamental question of whether we are on the cusp of a new digital era in energy. The energy sector has been an early adopter of digital technologies in the 70s. Power utilities were digital pioneers, using emerging technologies to facilitate grid management and operation. Oil and gas companies have long used digital technologies to improve decision-making for exploration and production assets, including reservoirs and pipelines. The pace of digitalization in energy is increasing. Investment in digital technologies by energy companies has risen sharply over the last 5 years. For example, global investment in digital electricity infrastructure and software has grown by over 20% annually since 2014, reaching $47 billion in 2016. This digital investment in 2016 was almost 40% higher than investment in gas-fired power generation worldwide, which stood at US $34 billion, and almost equal to total investment in India's electricity sector, which is US $55 billion. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that digital technologies are already widely used in energy end sectors, with the widespread deployment of potentially transformative technologies on the horizon, such as autonomous cars, intelligent home systems, and additive manufacturing, which we mentioned earlier. While these technologies could reduce the energy intensity of providing goods and services, some could also induce rebound effects that increase overall energy use. So these are problems that we're grappling with, and the magnitude of potential impacts and associated barriers greatly depending on the particular application. The convergence of IT and OT, or operational technology, to create a more flexible, dynamic, and sustainable energy future is being crafted by the convergence of four main megatrends: smart technology to drive real energy sustainability, new business models to drive customer centricity, connectivity and convergence to enable valuable data capture and drive efficiency, and lastly, innovating to zero to create the vision and framework for social innovation and energy to flourish. The future in energy is all about integration, which means integration of an increasingly complex and diverse range of generating assets for the energy mix diversifies. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to hand it over to our next co-host, whoever is ready. I think we had an order ready, so Rick, if you'd like to go next, over to you.
Sure, happy to pick it up from here. My name is Rick Rosso. I kind of manage two roles simultaneously. I run the India program at a major think tank in DC, the Center for Strategic International Studies, and I manage the India program for an advisory firm called McClarty Associates. A lot of my work in India, the commercial side, over the last 23 years has really taken me to engage Indian states pretty heavily. So I'm going to talk about India because obviously when we talk about decarbonization and climate goals, India remains a major linchpin, the largest country that still has yet to go through a major development and manufacturing phase. And hopefully that's in the not too distant future. So the choices India makes on decarbonizing are going to be very critical for what happens in the world. As it kind of led in with my introduction of myself, sometimes we think about India and its decarbonization strategies and its priorities by looking at the words that you hear from the Prime Minister, from the Minister of New and Renewable Energy, things like that. But actually almost every important decision that India is going to make on its path to decarbonization is actually going to be made by India's 28 state leaders. And so sometimes we get caught up on the proclamations and the goals that are set by the national government, most notably at the Paris commitment of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by next year. But all the action that has to take place under that and the inaction in a lot of cases, involve India states. So when you think about big climate goals that states have done, only about a third of Indian states have electric vehicle policies. Every state has some level of a solar energy target. About a quarter of states have a wind target goal. So there's different goals that states have set for themselves that sometimes work well with national priorities, and other times, they're almost completely ignorant about what the national government is really kind of pushing for. When you talk about at the state level, for India to meet its goals on climate change and really changing the energy mix, one really important thing that frankly, is important for us here in Washington to kind of understand India's political priorities, and this is through many conversations I've got with Indian state leaders and politically elected leaders. Voters in India still do not care about climate change as a priority. And even things that we know are impacting people's daily lives, like the bad air quality, particularly at the end of the growing season, still, state leaders, even across northern India, say voters don't show up on voting day to press the button, based on climate change goals and cleaning the air and things like that. So when you talk to Indian state governments about meeting these big objectives in climate change, a lot of times it boils down to what's in it for India in terms of stimulating domestic manufacturing. India has imported a lot of the equipment that's necessary to meet its carbon reduction commitments by importing from China and the United States and other places. And this whole concept about trying to drive an industrialization phase in India, they're trying to use big commitments like climate change as a way to stimulate local manufacturing. And so this is actually one of those really tough Gordian knots we're dealing with Washington here. We want to make sure that India keeps open markets and allows US exports because the United States has a trade imbalance with India. But at the same time, we want India to make big commitments on climate change. And these two things in India are directly in conflict. And India is not going to budge. It's going to have to be driven by manufacturing interests more than it is by voters caring about climate change. And that's a hard truth that too few, I think, Americans that are engaging India on climate change goals have really yet to internalize and digest. The there still is, again, a lingering belief that Modi, he's this towering leader, gets portrayed sometimes as, almost an emerging despot in some ways with this reach going into every corner of Indian society. But, that also gets very much overplayed, especially when you take a lens and look at Indian state governments. So the Modi government is setting out these, big objectives on renewable energy and things. And yet you find that even states that are led by parties, his own party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, states that are led by the BJP, sometimes are the furthest from actually meeting these central level commitments that his government is setting out. So it's so very easy to fall into the trap of kind of overstating too the Prime Minister Modi's ability to kind of influence states in meeting some of these national level objectives that the government had set out. Now, part of the reasons that the entire industry, that the distribution companies in India are having a difficult time meeting these objectives is because there's a political priority in India to provide free electricity for broad swaths of society. And then they have this program called cross-subsidization for the rest of the market, where they charge extremely high rates for industry compared to relatively low rates for residential, which is the difference from what you see in a lot of markets. You've got to taking a look at that to look at some of the knock-on effects as they try to get farmers off the grid, and talk about decentralizing is obviously going to be a critical component of that. But when you talk about getting farmers off the grids by using solar and new technologies, sometimes you actually hurt issues on water scarcity because they're going to drain the water table. They use a lot more water, it becomes more water intensive if they get free electricity through pump storage and things like that. From solar irrigation. So, necessity is the mother of invention. And what we see right now is state governments are making a sharp drive into trying to improve, by billing software and things like that, improvements in how the grids actually function. So for folks that are on the line right now, if you've got products and services that are actually going to help improve operations of distribution companies without fiddling with the big objectives that the state governments have set out on free electricity for farmers and such, then you've got a real opportunity to make markets. You got to find a state that's interested, and within that state, you got to find the right executives that are actually going to say yes to interesting ideas and deals that you put on the table. So let me wrap up my India bit there. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. I guess I might go next. Hi, everyone. Lovely to join you all here. So my name is Bryony Widdop, and I'm actually a finance partner and fintech at DLA Piper. Given the audience here, I don't think anybody's mentioned the big B word yet, blockchain. So we're going to try and bring that forward as part of this 5 minutes. I'll start by picking up maybe on some of the things that have been mentioned already. There are already common themes between some of the challenges that Rick and Sonia have identified in their particular areas, maybe energy provision, energy company focus, and also this India focus. And I think, Rick was mentioning the kind of localization of regulation, and actually, and localization of priorities, and the kind of political overlay to the commercial drivers in this space. And those interactions and the way that those things play into financing this area are also key. So one of the big problems is contradictory international regulatory drivers, and different political approaches in different jurisdictions, leading to kind of different emphasis on commercial levers being kind of quite diverse from an international perspective. And that means that finance has got to fit into some really quite complicated and differentiated national and regional structures in order to play, to really create outcomes in this space. So I guess stepping back, decarbonization and digitalization, they are at the crossroads of transition, right, for financial services industry. So we've got this huge play in sustainability and ESG for the financial services industry on the one hand, and we've got this huge influx of disruption from fintech and also just digitization in the traditional financial services industry space. Both of those influences are massively change driven, right? There's a huge transition across two, not necessarily always nicely aligned objectives. And so if you just take, we'll start with sustainability, we'll start with ESG or the decarbonisation angle. There's a lot of outcomes that we'd all like to achieve with energy, with emerging markets, with natural resources, water, commodities, etc. And they cover a really, really vast scope of potential positive outcomes within, if you even just take the decarbonisation umbrella, but obviously if you look at the whole of impact, we're looking at something even greater than just decarbonisation. But they all have a common theme that they will all in one way or another need finance. And if you're always looking at financing change, then looking at how to finance transition, how to finance existing structures, existing ways of producing, existing ways of trading, and convert them into new, more positive, modern, sustainable ways of doing that, you're looking at transition finance. And it's a huge discussion topic in all of the forums that I participate in, because at the moment, there's a lot of positivity around financing green. There's a lot of positivity, there's a lot of activity in, say, green bonds or green loans. But what is much, much harder to get at is the change piece, the hard to tackle, the starting with the brown industries, the industries that are creating most of the challenge, and financing them to actually change, as opposed to coming in at the already done sort of green changed end of things, which is a much more positive, easier story to sell. So this transition finance gap is being talked about quite a lot in my financial services world. And so it's not easy to legitimately finance transition, to direct capital to support, in particular, new capital to support old energy companies, but in a kind of way that's going to help them to progress, to change. So some of the really interesting, I think, areas would be around like decommissioning, for example, decommissioning finance, how to encourage and enhance that aspect of things so that we can actually bring forward in a safe and environmentally realistic way, genuine change for very entrenched, very old industries and structures of, doing business that is really quite difficult to get through to in a lot of ways. Another thing that I think is a common challenge as well is just transition. It's kind of been touched on by a couple of the other speakers already. And I think, if you focus too much on one area, and it's a little bit like what Rick was saying about, if you focus a lot on solar, then you may come up against like clean water challenges. That's a micro example of this holistic challenge that comes up actually across the space in so many ways. If you focus on transitioning like oil and gas industries into more renewable shape, then what do you do about the social aspects of the communities that are left behind? One of the examples that I was going to bring to the table that we've been working on is advising a large international financial institution on like a mining portfolio divestment policy, which ultimately has the potential to create an awful lot of dispute risk because of the social challenge, because of the community challenge, because of this just transition challenge, the divestment policy leave behind, right? So that is, I think, is a major topic that should be picked up in this area. I guess I said I would mention blockchain and I said I'd mention fintech. You know, I think fintech has huge opportunities to deliver different aspects of transition finance. You know, they've got great angle on data. They've got great angle on transparency, on auditability. You know, those aspects of like DLT-based systems really make them suitable for this area. But how to balance environmental challenges, you know, potentially with the kind of governance positivity, again, you're looking at this holistic play where how can fintech balance off some of the challenges that it faces, especially in this climate space, in order to be a really viable solution provider in this area, because it's got so many opportunities, but there are obviously challenges to overcome. I'll stop there. Hopefully that's brought some bit more variety of topics to the table, and I'll hand over to Satya.
Thank you very much, Bryony. Dear colleagues, it's such a pleasure to be in a gathering of like-minded people who are committed to finding a new way in the world. I'd like to step back a bit and address the actual theme of this conference, which is beyond stakeholder capitalism. And what that really implies is that coming out of the pandemic, with all the changes we're seeing, we are moving from isolation to inclusion. What does that really mean? It really means that for an economy that works for all of us, we need to think more about the common good, what Jean-Jacques Rousseau defined as le bien commun. It's an old idea. It's coming to the fore again, because we understand in a grouping like this that national governments and the nation state are actually quite limited. And just like stakeholder capitalism, the vested interests of nation states and who they are, what they perceive to be the needs of their citizens, and even worse, what they perceive to be the partisan needs of the minority that elected them, always come to the forefront. So going beyond that, we need to focus on the common good by creating these associations and groups that transcend national boundaries and national limitations. And really, one of the purposes of this is to impel the commonwealth. This really means that for the world economy to work for all of us, we have to find new ways of being and belonging. We've seen what can happen when a large nation state commits itself to improving the common good and its consequences. China has certainly done so at the expense of political rights and what we would consider liberal political freedoms. Yet, when you go to a place like Hong Kong or Shanghai, you see two completely different perceptions of what China has achieved. In Hong Kong, you see a government that is stamping out freedoms and liberties that people in Hong Kong have traditionally enjoyed. In Shanghai, you see a city that may be the most technologically advanced place on earth, where an average office worker earns more in a week than their parents did in a year. So the challenge for us going forward and looking for the common good and serving the Commonwealth is, can we find a path forward within a framework of fully realized human rights? Not human rights as a code of law, but as a way of living, as a way of being and belonging. And when we look at the 3 Ds that have been evoked for this conference, I believe we can. And one of the keys, as some of the other speakers have pointed out, is by democratizing and decentralizing access to electricity. Access to distributed energy is as much of a human right as access to mass public education and mass preventive healthcare. We can find that energy access through microgrids and decentralization is essential to reduce inequity. And that is one of the key challenges coming out of the pandemic. So we would make a shift that, along with cleaner water and cleaner air, clean and affordable energy is an essential element of life. And my colleagues and many of us in this gathering have indeed been spending the past years and will be spending future years working toward that. So what really happens when we go beyond stakeholder capitalism to a post-COVID economy that works for all of us? Companies that seek collaboration, cooperation, mutuality, and common ground can still earn a reasonable return for their stakeholders while abetting the greater good. This is a challenge, but it's the direction in which our navigation is leading us. For instance, I live in a petro state called Alberta, which is really trying to hang on to a fossil fuel past the official levels. Yet at the same time, in 2021 alone, investment in renewables in Alberta is quadruple that of investment in legacy fossil fuel. This despite the fact that we have the third largest proven oil reserves in the world. In fact, we have had more than $1.5 billion so far in 2021 into aeolian and photovoltaic power in Alberta. So you see the market and visionary entrepreneurs going a certain way and governments that are stuck in the past, which is again why we need to go beyond the nation state. So what are the kind of ultimate destinations we're going toward? I like to think of destinations that are beyond reach that we'll never quite get to, but we strive for. And may I propose that we strive for a world where people of all origins and identities live together with dignity in community, enjoying freedom from want, enjoying freedom from fear, in harmony with one another and with the natural world. A big destination, not an easy one to get to, but one that is going to require our collective capacity, ability, and commitment. It is necessary to convene more conversations like today's, to find common ground, to pool our capacity to achieve the decarbonized future that is essential for the survival of the planet. As the extraordinary heat of the past month shows, the future arrived yesterday. Finding a just way of being and belonging is the imperative of the moment. The decarbonized future is upon us. Will we rise to it? With that, dear colleagues, I invite your comments and participation.
Satya, I just want to jump in here and remark on what an inspiring note and what a fantastic way to kickstart the summit with this very first roundtable. And I think really the call to action for everyone is to, follow in the footsteps of many who've sort of come before us too. And I think part of what your small and set of comments, Satya, it sort of invoked in me as I was thinking about it is how we're not necessarily inventing anything new here. That wisdom perhaps of ages is within us and is available to us. And while technology and the tooling changes and is only increasing, I think at the same time, we also have to remember the truth, particularly when you talked about living in harmony with nature. I was thinking of, we used to, so it's not a new thing, and it's more that we've forgotten. And I want to leave space for more colleagues to chime in here. So I know Rama and John have raised their hands. So whoever would like to go first, maybe Rama, start with you, and John followed by you. Rama, I just asked you to unmute before you start talking.
Sorry, here I am. Yes, so thank you for the comments and the statements each of the panel has made, very insightful. I wanted to ask a question. The stakeholder issue, when you think about, whether it's technology innovation or any sort of innovation that is brought forward, generally speaking, it has an inherent nature to be stovepiped. Yeah. Because they're worried about their profitability. They're worried about differentiating themselves in the marketplace. Yeah. And so when you're trying to bring this sort of collaboration together, how do you see that collaboration actually moving forward when there's such a drive and such a DNA in our DNA to be focused on, so this is what we do and we're the best at it, and and how do you sort of bring that together into a more cohesive approach? I'm seeing this myself, because we're an innovative company. We have something really robust and amazing, and we want to be collaborative, but we're not able to deliver that collaboration because of existing stovepipes of technology, infrastructure. And how do we bring that together without actually threatening them? Because there's going to be an evolution, and there's going to be things that die off and things that sort of come together. And provide sort of more effectiveness and efficiency from an operational standpoint. Sorry, is that hopefully that's clear enough.
That's a fantastic question. I would invite anyone who'd like to take that up or even follow suit. I just wanted to say, Rama, that question is spot on, right? So it's one thing to talk about the theoretical aspects of it or the need for it. It's quite another to actually implement it. And actually, that's why we gather in this room here. Maybe Rama, if you can give a little bit more context, that may be helpful for colleagues here regarding your company, which I'm aware of, but I would love to hear from Rama first.
I don't want to, sort of promote it too much, but let me just, because this is a collaboration and this is not about promoting our company. But essentially what we've done is we've innovated in delivering essentially for all of the operations that are out there for global Fortune 1000 and government agencies. We have essentially created a new technology in the last 3 years that there's patent pending that essentially goes into the software run operations and extracts up the full mapping of what's going on in that heterogeneous environment of the massive amounts of languages that are used for running the software, and also what's going on from a cloud versus on-prem standpoint. Why this is of value is that transparency is like a Google mapping of what your operations looks like. And that operation is connected to human operations, so you can see end to end what the various things are that are being run. And so that transparency delivers huge value in compliance and audit and modernizing and all kinds of things that they haven't thought about. Instead of technology driving the change, it's actually the operational knowledge that's driving the change that technology has to administer. Yeah. And so we've created that innovation. And what we have found is that this kind of knowledge is so mandated and necessary. And yet the technology entities that are out there that are driving profitability based on, things like, butts on seats kind of system integration work and things like that, they're actually vilifying and knocking us down because we can't come in and provide that value because it's going to take away from their profitability. There's a context there, but this can be applied anywhere. Transparency is an important part of this aspect. We just happen to deliver it for the world of software that is run in the Fortune 1000 entities and government agencies. So it can fit anywhere. So.
Right. Thank you, Rama. I would actually just invite others to who raised their hands to speak as well. And instead of, since this is an open collaborative environment, whoever would like to comment and share next, instead of the host instead responding to it directly, I do think everyone in the room should be able to. So John, if that's okay, I'd love to call upon you next to share what you have to share. And do let us know who you are, just for a little introduction.
My name is John Gray, and I'm actually a retired banker. Rama's points really illustrate the complexity of the risk environment that we all face. And all of our speakers have been brilliant and eloquent at talking about the top down. My questions are for consumer preferences and urbanization, where, for example, if the consumers put their minds to it and were educated, for example, on the fashion industry, where they said, we're not going to buy all these clothes, we could cut plastic pollution by a massive number. And as I'm a scuba diver, I see what's at the bottom of the ocean, and it ain't pretty. So I'll leave that right there.
John, I think the internet is a little wacky, looks like.
You want me to start over?
No, keep going, please. Yeah.
Okay, we've been listening and we hear a lot about top-down solutions. But I think somewhere in the middle, we have to meet. And that means we have to drag the consuming class up to realize that their actions are largely responsible for corporate actions. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll be
No,
quiet
absolutely. Thank you very much. I think we'll keep this rolling. I made a note of that what you just said, John, on fostering those bottom-up solutions. It's one thing to, I think, say that the solutions need to be bottom-up, but how that links to the corporate aspect of things, I think you rightly sort of mentioned that. And I would invite, of course, the other hosts here to also chime in as and where you see fit. I do have a couple of hands raised from iPhones. I do not have your name, so one says iPhone, the other says Christian's iPhone. So maybe start with the regular iPhone and let us know who you are. If possible, change your name to your full name so it's not anonymous. But yeah, please unmute yourself and please share what you would like to share.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do you hear me now, please?
Yes.
My honor. Thank you so much. My name is Alexandros Natsakakos. I am from Greece, and first of all, I would like to express my best compliments to you. My honor is to contribute my least knowledge to you. It's great for me this moment. Actually, I am not used to dress like this, but it just happens now to be on vacation mode. So I apologize to you and to all the esteemed hosts. Okay, so just I would like to express a concern to you, a personal concern. It is not a question, just a concern that when we hear the definition stakeholder capitalism or ESG or whatever, the trends for the last years, okay, we try actually to make up our mind and connect them to the best possible scenarios for everything, globally speaking, but we continuously read on the articles that corporations, okay, the nations, the governments and the corporations try to put some net zero promises, let's say to decarbonate everything till 2030, 2040, 2050, etc. And while this is an important impact and promise of all these things, then on the other side, we see that the boards of directors, and they take, while they promise to put some zero goals on the investors, they do it like this. On the other hand, they continuously invest to fossil fuels. And of course, we have some great examples the last months from big companies who take big activism from little funds. And anyway, let it be a change for the mentality and for all these promises that corporations, okay, they try to do it like this, but at the end of the corridor, at the end of the tunnel, they don't believe it at all. I don't want to say examples now for the big corporations or for the small funds who take the activism, but anyway, we need to be optimistic from now till the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think you rightly mentioned some of the hypocrisy that we witness when it comes to commitments, but then action on the ground. Actually, in fact, that reminds me, just a couple of years ago, there were protests at Harvard University, which of course has the biggest endowment of all the universities in the world. I believe it's upward of $32 billion. And the protests were calling for Harvard to divest in fossil fuels, and I think that made some progress on that. So with that, I would like to invite Christian's iPhone, who have your hand raised. Please share what you'd like to share with us, and you're up next. Oh, I think looks like it dropped out. Okay.
Thank you. No, I just put my hand down. So
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Navroop. I wanted to actually engage the question that was asked to make sure that I don't that I bring something relevant to the conversation instead of just bringing in another point. So would she mind simplifying? I heard it, and then we had a couple other comments, so I'm a little bit loose on it. But I want to basically respond from my area to that, and I think there might be something relevant to say. So would she mind just say that question one more time so I can make sure my answer is precise and it actually engages in this conversation?
We're basically just free-flowing here, Christian, in terms of the comments of colleagues, the challenges they're facing, and the actual projects that they are focusing on in alignment with the larger theme of the summit. So if that's okay with you, we could come back to you if you. Okay.
Well, I heard I heard the lady talk about one of the issues that she's facing, and I thought it was really relevant. Was kind of a correct.
Oh,
yeah,
I
she
see.
mentioned. That's right. That's right.
Would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand your service, but I generally understood a problem, which seemed to be incentivizing prospects and big players in the Fortune 1000 to be more transparent and to divulge data. Was that more or less where you were going?
No, I think I was actually asking the question, a more precise question from Satya's conversation, which was essentially stakeholder collaboration. And in order to achieve stakeholder collaboration, one requires that the stakeholders themselves are not stovepiped and self-motivated to some extent. And every single one of these stakeholders has a very specific market niche and a profit-making agenda. And some of that is private and some of that is public, obviously, because they have shareholders, right? And so it isn't about our company and our situation. It's the reality of how do you actually deliver collaboration in an environment where the markets are all about the guy who's going to be the king of the mountain, in their particular market segment. Yeah. How do we get there?
And protecting it, yeah.
It's a hard question, but I'd love to see the collaboration better. But I think even in the open source world, you're seeing, you're seeing markets come in. I mean, if you take a look at what GitHub's done, it's great what they did, but they got acquired by Microsoft for $7.5 billion. And what does that mean in terms of the future of open source? Yeah. And so it's really important to know some of this.
Okay.
I completely agree. So I can speak to one part of that. And I completely agree with what you're saying. What I can say is I work in healthcare, but we basically optimize data networks using blockchain methodology. And the really important thing around that is that data, I think everyone on this call probably knows, surpassed oil as the most valuable asset on the planet about 4 years ago. So every single one of those Fortune 1000s are working with the fact that their data is one of their greatest assets. For profitability in whatever respect and however they're collecting it. Certainly if they're in the healthcare sector, it's very valuable as well. And one way that we kind of can incentivize companies to play a little bit better and encouraging stakeholders to not be so singular minded on just their offering and just their company is in creating an atmosphere where we can return some of this value that is being created, the trillions of dollars that is attached to data as an asset, in changing the ownership a little bit of it to actually going back to the creators of that data. So in blockchain methodology allows basically data ownership to kind of change based on governance, change based on models. It's something you can return in my industry back to the patient. And this, when you talk about doing that, what you're talking about doing is kind of like taking the concentration of stakeholder value in companies and sort of diluting it a little bit. Because data is such a powerful asset and because it's going to be a huge part of their profitability. when you can actually return it back to people that are the ones creating it, this might be a step in that direction. At least it is the way that I see it. My company particularly is building these solutions in healthcare, and we've got big partners, and we've got government partners that are highly incentivized.
But see, but again, this actually, you say, but your statement actually proves my point, which is basically you're driving blockchain as the solution, rather than looking at the collaborative approach to understanding that there are multiple options beyond blockchain that actually give you data transparency, that give you the understanding of data origination, data, I guess, and where it ends, and how the data is shaped, and how is it transformed, how is it accessed, how is it stored. So there's a ton of different things that can be done from a data perspective that are beyond just what blockchain is. Yeah. And so
I agree, but I
point
agree,
of that
but
solution.
I think
So collaboration is critical for this. And that's what I was wondering about.
I would say at this point that probably need to jump in. Christian, it'd be great if you can share what exactly the project you're working on in the chat function. I actually didn't catch your last name either. So just so you know who you are, and please do share that with us. I do have 4 other people raise their hands. You may not be able to see that here, Christian, because you're joining by your iPhone. But I would like to call and invite their comments as well. I would request everyone to keep it to 2 minutes each, if that's okay. We have a bigger group than anticipated, which I think is a good problem to have. So Ray, Gio, Pete and Gabriel, just in that order, just 2 minutes each. Please tell us who you are, what you do, what brings you here, and then if there's a challenge you'd like to face or respond directly. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll just keep it short. So my name is Christian.
Ray, Gio, in that order. So Ray first. I'll keep it short and brief because it's a fascinating conversation, number one, but to pick up on both Satya and Rama's points, it's more about, at this stage, it's more about action that needs to be taken rather than discussing whether or not we should be putting a plan in place to change. Change is inevitable. It's innovation. It happens, and we just need to deal with it. And irrespective of what the underlying technologies or industries we're talking about, then they are going to go through transformations over time. There's been lots of them. They've been huge. This is not the first industrial revolution. It's not the second industrial revolution. We're up as far as the 4th industrial revolution. It happens over and over again. And evolution is what we need to be talking about, not dissolution in relation to the existing big companies that are going to be impacted, moving from this highly carbonized environment to hopefully a more renewable environment in the future. But it's the evolution of their business models and how to convince them to move that in that direction. And I think part of what needs to be done from an action point of view is education, because there's always a fear factor associated with any sort of transformation. We're all going to go out of business, we're going to be no jobs. With AI, it was like the robots are going to do all the work. Nobody's going to have any employment, and also it's going to be Skynet. It's going to just wipe out the world and take over and kill us all. All this fear had to be managed, and education is a big part of that. And the same thing needs to happen when it comes to evolutionary change around the environment and creating a society who bases itself on these type of ways forward. And it's like taking ownership of your own personal data, and the fact that because I'm coming from a data-centric perspective, and I'm involved in data governance research centers and looking at standardization in terms of interoperability, how systems will work throughout the world through various standardization bodies. But the first step forward, I think, is about education, about the fact that removing some of the fear associated with these large corporations that will have vested interest in the status quo, and trying to encourage their workforce, their management, their consumers, their customers to move forward, to evolve.
Thank you, Ray. I think that's absolutely spot on. And I would love to invite Gio. I hope I'm saying your name right. I don't want to butcher it, but you're up next.
Yeah, actually, it's Gio from Gioacchino, which is an Italian name, or Giorgio, Giovanni. I just want to make a little point. I'm sitting here on a beautiful old cemetery in Munich, beautiful sunshine, etc. People jogging and enjoying their life. And I think in all our discussions beyond stakeholder capitalism, we have to come back to the humanness of it all. We have to think of a new narrative. I've been listening to about collaboration, and digitization, etc. Actually, I'm an artist and a writer, and I'm also an investor and a project man. But I think we need a new narrative. We need a philosophy everybody can align with to avoid that we all end up in tops like this, which won't be available for us in the future. So that's my input. And my project on Northern Cyprus is actually exactly that, aligning digital technology, high-tech, edge technology, OT technology, with the people living there in a smart village, which is using decentralized photovoltaic energy, etc. So maybe this kind of cellular approach would be a solution for the future, to destructure the huge global organizations we have created, but come back to the small and simple, and then from this new cellular approach, cooperate like biology does, like we all do in our personal biology. That's my statement.
Thank you, Gio. Thank you, amazing. I want to show off my Italian a little bit, but that's for another day.
Buonasera.
Parliamo italiano.
So I'm really tempted, but I know we have 2 minutes left in the roundtable, 2 more raised hands. So I want to make sure we give them space to contribute. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Peta and Gabrielle, you're up next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Peta Milan. I'm sitting in Zurich at the moment. I have known Navroop for a while now. And I created a venture studio back in 2014 that was trying to tackle the problem of, I think a lot of what we're talking about here is, well, what I believe is we need an epistemological shift, right? We're still very much in this post-Cartesian world where we're breaking things down into sector-specific initiatives or siloed projects or these types of things. And we don't apply biomimicry or the natural systems approach that creates harmony and balance in the world to how we design and into our design thinking. And so what we're doing is working with large corporates to bring regenerative principles into designing their governance models, and from there creating that epistemological shift in order to create then investment strategies or corporate strategies or whatever. And if you're actualizing potential that exists uniquely in a place, you don't need to worry about market leadership and all that kind of crap, because that will just happen naturally as an expression of your own unique potential. But you become value adding to the whole system, not extractive anymore. And I think we can think of all the cool initiatives and all the cool technologies in the world, but if we don't try to reach this underlying way in which we view the world in terms of silos and extraction and separation, then we're not going to fundamentally solve the problem. I think that the climate tech bubble is going to burst, right? Just like some of the other bubbles that have burst, because what we're still creating from, even with good intentions many of the times, is coming from the lens within which we created the problem in the first place, because we're thinking in a siloed way. We're thinking only tech, or we're thinking tech will solve the problem, or we're thinking specific projects. We're not asking ourselves the questions, how do we leverage things, or how do we find pressure points in the system and then invest on those leverage points to transform a whole system? How can that work practically? So when I'm partnering with the UN Global Compact and folks like this, they're frustrated because they don't know how to get large corporates there. The large corporates don't know how to get there. because what they haven't tackled yet is the fundamental lens through which they're viewing the problem. And so that's the work that we're delivering. We're putting together the first fund that's structured from regenerative principles. It is focusing on whole systems-wide change. That's still profit generating. We don't need to say, let's throw capitalism in the bin. It's not going to work. But what we need to do is we need to shift the lens on value, and what is value actually made up of, and how do we deliver that for the benefit of the whole of life, which includes our shareholders, right? But it's a much bigger stakeholder group than what we've seen before. A practical example of this is a wastewater treatment plant, 750 million in British Columbia, Vancouver, was called Lionsgate. They were had all the top engineers in the world coming in on the project. There were about 20, had KPMG do the whole an assessment and valuation, and they had problems. There was conflict with the indigenous groups that are local to that part of the world. They had people lobbying against the build. They were functioning in a degrading economy and in the ecological side. So they had 650 functional requirements they had to deliver in a short period of time. So when they went upstream, back to using the regenerative models, back to values, and started pre-design again, actually what they were able to do was able to reduce the functional requirements by half, and they engaged stakeholders completely differently, such they were participatory in the co-development and co-design process, which was totally against how public sector normally does public consultation on these big builds. But what ended up happening, to cut a long story short, was the aim of that was to save taxpayers' money, still a noble cause, but they actually came in under time and under budget. They had 98% less change requests that they expected. They transitioned the lens from how do we treat waste to how does waste become a valuable resource that we can use to regenerate our degrading ecological system. And then it actually transformed it. It became a hub of the community, and it was so successful now that they're moving on to a $10 billion build. And I know I need to move on, sorry, Navroop, but the aim has shifted now to how do we save the orcas on Iona Island? Now, what the hell does saving orcas have to do with a wastewater treatment plant? It makes sense because they've shifted how they perceive their stakeholders in terms of the design process. And I think that's where we need to get to with large corporates and governments.
Great, thank you, Peter. I didn't want to interrupt you. There's a lot of wisdom there. So, Gabriel, we got 30 seconds for you, my friend, and
thank you.
Move on to the next roundtable.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Gabriel Sanko, based in Colombia, right now in Bogota. And we have two ventures. One is called Mobile Your Life, which we raise capital for deep technology. We work with scientists very closely all over the planet, bringing capital to their innovation. And the second is a fund precisely to invest directly in this innovation. I'm very excited right now because I see the major forces happening. In one hand, it's true we have the blockchain, and there is the decentralized finance, which is including people all over the planet to invest and allocate any amount of money to basically contribute to this innovation in a way. And on the other hand, for example, in the renewable energy, I've been working with scientists that, for example, they work with thorium, which is a family of the uranium, which is very exciting for the energy, and in solar and space technology. And I think the DeFi, the decentralized finance, could help propel and accelerate this innovation. Even if the blockchain or Bitcoin is consuming energy, I think there is a solution for that, and it could be also a fuel to boost renewable as well with Bitcoin, which is a topic also. So yeah, happy to be here, and feel free to reach out.
Awesome, great stuff, Gabriel. Thank you very much. And that's really what we are looking to foster through a series of these conversations. Is what are these tangible opportunities and how we can collaborate. We hope to provide that platform to everyone. So you are welcome to stay for the next roundtable, and please don't forget to fill out the feedback form that's just been shared in the chat right now by Sydney. And we have more people joining in for the next roundtable, which is going to be very exciting. One of another stellar roundtables. And I just want to get a quick raise of hands and see if Sonia, Ado, Gravinder, and Brittany are all here.
Hey, this is Sonia. I'm here.
I see Brittany here.
Hey, this is Brittany. I'm here.
Great. I see Ado as well, and Gurvinder.
Gurvinder's on.
Awesome. Well, over to you. We're excited to hear from you, and we can't wait to get started. And talking about data, right? This is a perfect segue into the second roundtable, which is going to be focused on that. And of course, I'm a personal fan of everyone in this group. And whoever would like to go first. I don't want to be biased, but I'm almost a little biased for every little thing for everyone. So fantastic group here. All right, so maybe we can get started. Whichever host would like to go first and start to seed the conversation.
Yeah, I'll start the conversation, and Gurvinder, I'll pass it on to you. So let me first do, firstly, what a fantastic morning. I love that we started with the mindfulness session, right? Like it's always good to get collected and really focused on the now and the present, and then get the most out of it. So I didn't have a chance to hear all of the previous roundtable and was in and out a little bit, but I definitely heard the topic of data come up. So irrespective of what industry you're in, what profession you are in, data is a topic that is integral to the success in literally any field today. So I'm very, very excited to be a part of the hosts group hosting this session. So let me give you a brief introduction of myself, and we'll pass it around then. So I'm Sonia Gupta. I'm a managing director with Accenture. Accenture, for those who don't know, is a global consulting and professional services firm, and it's a Fortune 500 company itself. With Accenture, as part of my portfolio, I lead data strategy, artificial intelligence, and machine learning solutions for Accenture's clients in a few specific industries. My focus has been primarily in front office solutions that touch customers. So think about customer service, sales, and marketing functions. And I've specialized in working with media industry clients, clients that are publishers, content publishers, newspapers, magazines, television, streaming platforms. They're all publishers today. And joining the gamut is retail companies, with Amazon taking the lead, but they're all content publishers as well and have a lot of value with monetizing their own data assets and bringing value to the end customer as well. So one of the aspects of my work has been to help my clients grow their advertising revenue profitably and ethically. And to grow revenue, publishers, the broad term I'm going to continue to use for newspapers, magazines, TV, streaming platforms that I talked about. So to grow revenue, publishers need to have a unique audience set or deep penetration in the market and command a premium price for the advertising inventory that they have. So what kind of eyeballs are coming in? So I'll give you an example. A financial magazine publisher has unique audiences that are typically a set of business audience. They are likely to be educated with a college degree and fall under a high income bracket. They also are likely living in certain demographic areas and would be interested in all types of financial instruments. So this type of an audience profile for that specific publisher is very attractive to, let's say, a luxury products company. As such, when I do a data project with these with clients, it's first to understand their own data, their customers, and what is the DNA of the customers that come to them, learn attributes about them that go beyond just the simple demographic data that they may have, or just name or contact information that they may have. And it's ultimately about understanding the experiences each customer segment desires and the type of journey that will be best suited towards a product purchase or experience purchase. Since bringing the best end user experience requires really getting to know the customers, I often find myself thinking about and advising client on strategies on the ethics behind data collection. And that is, really, really core to my heart, especially with all of the privacy debate that's going on. Earlier this morning, I was with a leadership meeting with the IAB, the Interactive Advertising Bureau, and there was talk about regulation and really stepping back and thinking about how internet data collection and the ability to connect everyone has really helped us all through the pandemic, allowed us to. So there's like a yin and the yang to each aspect of it. And therefore, as companies think about their data, it's really important to think about what is the ethics behind it? What will truly bring value? Am I doing this for the right reasons, right? And that's a space that I love to stay in and would love to encourage the discussion in today. I think that has been a very, very fiery topic for a lot of people and have strong opinions. There's no, there isn't really a mellow ground. So I'm excited to hear your perspectives on it and find out how you think about it. It's about giving value to the end customers. And again, there's a lot of data that shows that mostly consumers believe, like 75% of consumers believe that companies do not handle their sensitive data properly. Every other day we hear about another security breach or a hacker coming in. So definitely there's that perspective, but there's also the perspective that we freely give away our information for, let's say, to Amazon. We are happy to sign up for the Prime relationship with Amazon and be their customer because we love the convenience of having the next day a product that's easily delivered to us, right? So it's about balancing the aspect about providing value that is truly of interest to the end customer and balancing that with how you are utilizing that data. Are you using it anonymously and you're not using it for purposes that might land in the gray area? So the question is, a provocative question that I'll leave you with before I turn it over to Gurvinder, 30-second count for you, Gurvinder, is do we follow, as business owners, do we follow the data regulations and the legalities that are there, or do we step back and think about what is our ethical responsibility and responsibility to the society and decide what our boundaries should be as we go into it? So I'll leave you with that, but let me transition it over to Gurvinder for his keynote speech.
Sonia, thank you. So kind. And I'm so glad to be amongst the other co-hosts over here. This is, unless somebody has already picked up, this is a girl, boy pattern that'll follow on how we go around the co-hosts. So Brittany, you're going to be up next, and then Ada. And Navroop, thanks so much for inviting me to the discussion and for assembling a massive global brain trust over here. Congratulations to all the work that you and the TDE team have done. My name is Gurvinder Ahluwalia. I'm the CEO of Digital Twin Labs and also an advisor at the Gates Foundation. My life journey so far has been entrenched deep and wide in technology and really at stewarding the frontier waves of technology, change after change after change. I'm now at the cusp where technology is beginning to affect not just enterprise systems, which is where I came from previously, but it's beginning to affect societal impact, ethical impact, a little bit of what Sonia was already talking about. What we do at Digital Twin Labs is we implement systems based on blockchain, based on IoT, based on frontier technologies. We've implemented systems in supply chain, in fintech, in global shipping and logistics, all of them basically based on blockchain. So a lot of my thoughts and experiences into this forum come really from the field and bringing it more into the think and the do tank, if you may, Navroop, that is assembled over here. So the remaining 4 minutes I'm going to spend on 3 topics, and hopefully that'll prime the rest of the discussion for the larger audience over here and the Q&A. One is around data granularity. I feel that the world has gotten drunk on data and it doesn't do enough sophistication in pulling out the nuances of really what data is about. Even code is considered data. Anything and everything is considered data. And that doesn't lend itself to really understanding the power of data until you tease into the granularity and until you tease into, as is well known, where the devil is in the details. So the aspects of how we treat data is really important. And as I chatted during the previous roundtable, we have to take the line of data as the new oil to heart. And we have to make it personal. And let me translate that in the following way. When we say it is the new fuel or the new oil, there is actually a literal implication to it as well, because we don't understand sufficiently pervasively the energy implications of data, just like we are discussing the energy implications from oil and gas and the transition to renewable energy sources. I don't remember the number exactly, but every time you do a search, and the next time any of us put our LinkedIn profile or do anything, keep in mind that it takes the same amount of energy in doing a search as it takes to boil. I think like 2 searches is the equivalent of boiling a kettle of water. The same amount of carbon dioxide is produced. So we got to be very careful when we say that it is the new fuel. How literally are we really treating the implications of the new fuel over here? My second point is around the intersection of data with other technologies, and particularly with blockchain, which has already been sparked over here, particularly with the Internet of Things, particularly with of course, machine learning and AI. So let me just unpack for a minute on that, and then I'll come to my third point. Data has triumphed over algorithms. I think that is pretty clear from the renaissance that we've seen through machine learning and through AI. It's a pretty loaded statement, but for those of you who need further unpacking or don't come from a computer science or technology background, we can talk about it more separately. But basically what I'm saying is that data is supreme. They've basically gone ahead and surpassed algorithms. And the main simplification of that line is algorithms are finite on the amount of logic you can code. So now you look to data to derive the logic because we have so many combinations and permutations. For example, when a car is driving on its own. That's a little bit of the intersection with AI. I'm only touching things at the surface. The intersection with IoT and data is actually very, very powerful, particularly on the growth of data. And there is 9 times more data coming out of IoT as opposed to social platforms that we think are the ones that are really driving the data. And there is huge opportunity for monetization, and that's where a lot of the AI engines are being built on top of it. But my last intersection is perhaps the most important that I want to share from my experiences on this topic, and that is the intersection of data with with blockchain. When we have data, and this is a little bit more to the granularity point I was making, we can't just treat data as this flat corpus of information or capability. What we have lacked and what we are now trying to insert for those of us coming from the blockchain and decentralized world is a layer of incentivization so that there is proper alignment between the data, its granularity, and the correct consumption, including the privacy related to it. We've done some work with Navroop's group actually on this topic, and there's some publication that have also been put out. I'll wrap up with my last point, which is a little bit to the call to action. I'll just say it now, but I'll leave for the others also to see if it resonates. if we look at the examples that are happening over there today, and by the way, I'll transition Brittany to you after this. If we look at the real examples, the most significant example that has already been touched, well, I wouldn't say most significant, but a significant example is the movement of decentralized finance. And the SEC chair yesterday came out with remarks, which are carefully being studied, but nothing unpredictable, coming down hard on even decentralized finance, similar to how the crackdown happened on ICOs, particularly in the US. But the point is that technology is now raising the opportunity for finance to be more accessible and equitable to the masses. And what I would say, echoing what I put on the chat gallery, is that let's bring the regulation in, let's bring it on. And let's have the proper regulation so that the innovators can recalibrate, and then there can be mass adoption, and we have a safe landing of this innovation for everybody's stakeholdership, right? There are a few other examples that I can probably weave in later, but in the interest of time, let me just pass it on. Brittany, over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Govinder. And thank you, Sonia and Navroop, for all of your comments beforehand. It is so brilliant to be with all of you here today discussing what I believe to be one of the most important issues that we have to deal with today globally. And of course, this also came up in the last roundtable for those of you who were able to be here in the last session. But what I think is really the 10,000 foot concept that is the most important point that everyone can go today is that data is the world's most valuable asset. It surpassed oil and gas in 2017. And as the world's most valuable asset class, somehow it's the only asset class where the producers of it have no access to its value. We, us as individuals who are producing a multi-trillion-dollar industry, mostly do not have any rights to the monetization of that data, to the transparency and consent to how it's collected, and of course, how it's used. And so in the world's most valuable industry, somehow returning rights to the original producers of this information has been one of the biggest fights that society has been debating over the past few years. And so I have specifically been working for the past 3 years on data ownership as a right, data ownership as an education and awareness set, and of course the technologies that would enable that. So the way that I really see this is that the transfer of data ownership value back to individuals can solve some of the biggest issues that we also have in society today. We generally look back in disdain in history when bigger, more powerful organizations have taken advantage of certain populations. A lot of times we think about the mining industry, or when people have come into indigenous lands and stolen natural resources. If you look at a lot of the big tech companies, you can see similar behaviors over the past few decades with the way that technology has been designed, which is to be inherently extractive, to take as much value away from the individual as possible. And therefore, most of the biggest and most valuable companies in the world are valued specifically on our digital assets, on our personal information that they have taken from us without our explicit consent. And so we're starting to see a turn in the tides of the types of technologies that are beginning to be available and be used today, where we can use new forms of emerging technologies using encryption, blockchain technologies, and even plenty of other tech that is coming out that allows for transparency, opt-in, consent, data ownership, and even personal data monetization that will change that entire infrastructure and flip it on its head, where we as individuals that are considered so valuable that we are the producers of the world's most valuable asset every single day, that we might be able to retain some of that value. And through all calculations, what that means is that at minimum every single day, we could earn enough to at least buy our groceries and feed ourselves and our family off of the data that we produce. Now just think about that for a moment. In the past year and a half with the coronavirus shutdown, we have seen untold amounts of unemployment around the world, people who have lost entire industries and businesses with perhaps no hope of anytime soon seeing another paycheck. What that means is that the United Nations has come out and estimated that perhaps over 150 million people around the world are now vulnerable to starving to death because of the coronavirus shutdown and the breakdown of supply chains. So what does providing food to your family every single day mean to you? It might be easy for those of us on this roundtable, but for billions of people around the world that earn less than $2 a day, if you can earn more than that by just having a simple device in your pocket, that is life-changing. And it has the ability to cure extreme poverty. So when I say data ownership, I'm not just talking about the ethics around advertising. I'm not just talking about what we're going to do to protect our democracy and elections. I'm actually talking about solving some of the biggest human rights issues and sustainable development goals at their core, at their very root, which is to make sure that people have enough value every day to protect their basic human rights, which is access to food and clean water. And we can use technology to enable this. There are multiple people here at this roundtable today who are working specifically on some of these technologies. And I'm excited to see George Stella, the CEO of Big Token here. I'm excited to see Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar here as well. Good to see you. And many others as well. So it's important to think about how are we going to enable this from a legal and regulatory perspective? Is it data ownership property right? Is it data as a human right? And what does this look like around the world? I'm involved in a lot of those initiatives and do a lot of legislative drafting and lobbying on this. What do we do about education and awareness? How do we make people aware that these technologies exist and that they can actually start to earn money every single day by using enabling apps that pay them for their data, as opposed to just taking their data away and never returning any value back? And how do we also enable those technologies by being entrepreneurs and business owners and advisors ourselves? How do we make sure that those technologies become something that are easy to access, easy to use, and maybe even potentially something that eventually is a legal requirement for individuals to have to retain some of that value? And a lot of those initiatives are coming to the forefront in the United States first, which is actually surprising given we don't even have any federal data protection policies. But we're seeing state by state that data ownership and the data dividend, that these concepts are becoming more important. And when I advise governments like India, Mexico, South Korea, you can see, especially in my engagement with the Indian government, that a lot of the top technology executives and members of government see data ownership as a way to solve some of their biggest issues with inequality in their country, and to have the ability for people who, again, most people around the world do have even the simplest of technology sitting in their pocket, even if it's a simple phone, that if you can start to collect value on that through the simple things that you do every single day, that eventually everything that we see as a big hurdle today could be broken down.
Yep. That's fantastic, Brittany. Sorry to cut you, but I wanted to make sure we keep moving.
I was done, of course.
Okay, great. What powerful statements. Data as a currency, and can it truly change the world and lift up people? But let's move over to Ado, another luminary panelist for today, and hear what he has to say to introduce the topic.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad to be on such a distinguished panel and contribute our 2 cents on the data side of things. I'll give you a little background on what we do. We at Source are building a interoperable data management layer for the connected world, decentralized world, Web3, whatever moniker anyone wants to apply to it. The reason we started doing that is, as other panelists mentioned, there's a lot of data being generated everywhere today from IoT devices, smartphones. And the evolution of hardware side has been tremendous, what's happening there, but how we manage data across all those different devices and locations has not really kept up to speed with what's happened on the hardware side. And so we saw an opportunity to kind of bring data management up to speed and up to the level of what's happening on the hardware side, and where data, you know, can be interoperable and portable between devices and applications. It's fully in control by the users that create it, and it's cryptographically secure to ensure trust. And essentially, that's kind of like what our technology is building towards, and what we want to enable. You can think, and really what kind of drives everything behind what we build and our technologies is data democratization. We believe that up to now, the thinking has always been that, data should be piped into these bank vaults of sorts, where big companies manage their and store that data. But the way we think at it within Source is that should be flipped around, is that, the data should be ultimately in control by the creators of that data, and they should have the ultimate right of deciding who gets to view it, edit it, access it, do anything they want with it. And those are the foundational technologies that we're building towards to put that into code. I know governments, they tend to be slow and to move things. And so we decided, to kind of accelerate that process and provide the technology. So when application developers are building new applications, they can provide that data privacy built into the application and not, have to essentially meet the demand, which we saw with like Apple releasing data privacy simple switch, that 95% of people said they don't want applications to be able to access the cross-application data. Well, we're enabling every developer to provide entire data privacy within devices and applications that they're building. And I'll be short and quick because I feel like the panel has gone for quite a bit, and open the floor to questions and comments.
Great. Sonia, go ahead. Just wanted to make a logistical note here to say that please do raise your hand, so that's how we know you want to contribute to the roundtable. There are over 50 people in the room, so we cannot have everyone, but please nominate yourself.
Yeah, thank you. And while we're waiting for the hand raises, Navroop, do stop me when you see one. Some interesting chat going on. Firstly, I would say shout out to George Stella for an incredibly funny analysis on what data can be, data like sand. Love it. I'm going to use it totally. But just coming back to more serious topics, Alex, you have an interesting comment around retaining the value of data as well. Do you want to come on and speak a little bit to the comments you made?
Sure. Hi. I wasn't quite ready to get on camera. Yeah, I just want to say that my comment is about the fact that we already get value from the data, but getting free access to software. And now we get free access because of.
Oh, you meant to mute, Alex.
Whoops, sorry about that. What I want to say is that we are already getting value for our data. We get the access to free software, and we get the free access because the companies are profiting from collecting the data. The problem is not the fact that we're being compensated. We just don't know what the value of our data is. And so are we being compensated fairly? So in other words, there has to be some sense so that we collectively benefit fairly for what we're contributing, but we have no way of assessing that. And the other point is that, that's the major point. There's a danger in bringing it down to the individual and saying, hey, I can sell my data so I can earn a living or buy food or whatever. You don't want to sell your data. You don't want that incentive, because that could be analogous to selling your organs to sustain a living. I mean, you don't want to sell your privacy because your private data is going to be more valuable. So that's a very slippery slope. But I think as a society, we do need to determine what the value of that data is so we can all collectively benefit from it for its true value and not be exploited.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting insight, Alex. Value differs greatly, which is why that value exchange of is it valuable enough for you to share your data is the debate primarily in the business, right? Because it really differs from one consumer group to the other. Do we have any hand raisers, Navroop? George,
right now.
I can see that.
Okay, great.
I can see George visually raising his hand.
I don't know how, I was trying to figure out how to raise my hand. I couldn't figure it out. But I can say that the company that I run is, I think, a good beta case for what we were just talking about in terms of what is the value of an individual consumer's data. I think as an individual, our data is worth something. It's as an individual, it's very nominal. But if we unionize, I guess, so to speak, with millions of other data creating humans, then the aggregate is much more meaningful for companies, for brands, for data buyers. And that is the beta case that we've created at Big Token. We've been doing it for a little bit over a year and a half, and we have figured out how to commercialize it. I think there's a lot of companies that have talked about building what we've built, that have tried to build what we've built. We actually did it. We've been commercializing it for about a year and a half. I'm not going to teach everybody how we do it. It's some special sauce, but we've done it. And the consumers that sign on and create an account on Big Token to share and monetize and control their data are getting, a decent amount of value for it. There, our average cash out is about $10 to $15 a week on our active users. So maybe it doesn't apply to the entire world and across the board, but it is a decent beta case that says when you unionize a bunch of data creators, you can actually create a decent amount of value back to them. And just to kind of go back to what Brittany was talking about, I get emails and messages sometimes that really cut straight to my heart that say, hey, thank you for doing this. I'm going through X, Y, and Z. This helped me, buy my groceries this week or something like that. So this is happening. It's being commercialized. The beta case is sort of, the thesis is proving out, and we're really proud to be doing it.
Thank you for sharing that, George. There are some comments from Quasi and Rama around data democratization. I particularly find the free internet business, only being leveraged by corporations very provocative. I feel like as individuals, the social media aspect and the free internet aspect, free use of Facebook, however much we may love to hate Facebook, has been truly, truly impactful to every individual. I've connected with school friends that I'd lost touch with for, I don't know, decades. I don't want to put a number on my particular age, but for a fairly long time, let me just say that, right? So I do not 100% agree that it's only been leveraged by corporations. I feel like Zoom and what Zoom did during the pandemic and making it available for free to everyone out there for a 40-minute conference really brought a lot of global families together, or even within the country together. So, but does anybody else have
I see a hand raised.
thoughts to add there?
Yeah, Dr. Sindhu, and I know Rama has a hand raised too. I would say if you've spoken once, let's try to include more people, just because we want to hear from others just as much. Instead of the same spirited souls, which we love you dearly. But the more voices we hear, I think the better. So Sonia, I think I see Dr. Sindhu here.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm working in India, and I'm creating a composite banking system, which is basically a participative capitalism cluster of ecosystemic capitalism, also you can say, as a precursor to stakeholder capitalism, because stakeholder capitalism for me is a vision where you have to reach. So for that, you have to create steps. Now, when I'm creating a composite system, in that I have the whole gamut of data of, say, if it is agriculture, then they are like producers, sellers of their crop, and then creators of wealth. So different type of different segment of data, different value of data is getting accumulated. So we are basically trying to incentivize them for all the data that is getting collected by us, because our valuation, as per the new fintech economic model, it is basically your subscription base, which adds to your value. So we are automatically getting higher and higher value because of their data. So we are automatically incentivizing them, and we have created a marketplace as well, where they can use that incentive for their data to purchase anything, right? Even if you want to go in for your clothes or for your anything, you can have it. We have also connected to Amazon also, so that you can have a wider reach of commodities and products, and you can use. So I think we will have to create these cluster of data, because in heterogeneous society like India, we have different layers of population. They don't even know the value of data. So when we create these clusters, then only we can pass on the knowledge and the information and the value that their existence has. Then only we can talk of anything like what we are trying to do. Because whatever we are trying to do, it fails, because it remains at the topmost layer. Nothing seeps below. So that is why our effort is always to move and create reform from below and development from below, rather than the trickle down theory, because that is only when you can educate and create value for all your information and knowledge, or even technology. Thank you.
Let me just respond to, there wasn't really a question, but great experiences, Sindhu, thanks for sharing it. I'll just echo back a little. I think you're on a really key point, which is the incentivization point. And that's a little bit to my opening remarks that I made. And that is, the incentive model is really important. We have to insert a layer of incentivization between data and the subjects, right? So the tricky part, and I'm eager to hear offline how you went about doing this, because this is a challenge that I deal with every day in the field.
Sure.
The tricky part is, yeah, probably not over here. The tricky part is what the design of that incentive and value is, and whether that design and the definition of that incentive and value is symmetric, meaning it is of value to all the parties, as opposed to just one provider. So, but thanks so much for that comment. I think, should we move to Rama?
I think Rama lowered her hand. I see Atul and Aditya, maybe the reverse order. Sonia, over to you.
Oh, well, let's go with Rama. If you raise your hand, do you still have a point to make? Or Aditya, should we?
Oh, no,
I'm
don't
good either
worry.
ways.
I've had plenty of voice, and I keep communicating on the side. So why don't you let other people have the chance? I think it's
Okay.
let's be democratic.
Appreciate that, Rama. Let's go to Aditya then. You're up next.
Thank you, Rama. That's awfully chivalrous of you. All right. I wanted to just play the devil's advocate here. We're talking about data having value, but data, as in everything else, also is perishable, isn't it, by its very nature? So how does one actually, or is one able to actually track the value of data and its relevance with its perishability over time? And what does one do to reinforce the value of that data? So what is the cycle one follows? I'm, of course, a professor, and I love digital transformation. And that's something which I'm seeing. I mean, you're stacking data perishability of that data.
Thank you so much for that. And I think it's really important for us to take some of the points we've had from the past few speakers and think about how we actually justify the relationship between what Alex Todd said, which is when we're thinking about data rights and human rights, are we asking people to give up too much by incentivizing them to sell their data. And I think that's an incredibly important point, and what a lot of people who think about data ethics are always debating. And then we look on the other incentivization side, where what is good for businesses in order to incentivize people to have a direct data relationship with brands, with companies, even with governments. And how do we balance those two thoughts? And obviously, one of the most important things that we can think about is, can we truly anonymize or pseudonymize data in a way where you can't connect that back to individuals? So we can allow individuals to get value from their data, but we're not actually asking them to sell their privacy. Their data is being aggregated in a greater way, as George rightly mentioned, with perhaps millions of other people, and then it is actually of a value where companies or governments or big research institutions are using it properly. So we need to think about, selling your privacy versus selling your data is not exactly the same thing depending on what type of technology is being used. And can we say to businesses, this is a type of data set that's going to be more helpful to you than going to other third parties that have obtained data in a non-consensual way? If you're going to purchase and license large-scale data sets about people, wouldn't it be better to get primary source data that is hygiened and verified from individuals? And could you actually use that in order to have higher ROI for your business practices? And in case studies that I've seen so far, yes, it actually does work out that well. So I just wanted to make sure we addressed what everyone had to say before we move on. So thank you all so much. And I think Atul is next with his hand raised. Is that correct? Just want to make sure we're going in the right direction. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to mention, I've been hearing this conversation, and we heard about social media uniting people. We heard about pools of data being created and people being incentivized, right? But I think the larger challenge lies with what happens after you give access to your data to some organization. So let's talk about social media for a while, right? I think, Sonia, you mentioned that you were able to connect with your friends, your coworkers after decades, after years, right? But the challenge is, in today's environment, people are able to actually say that, yes, I authorize you to use my data in order to be able to access your services. However, once you provide that confirmation, unless you're in Europe and GDPR is in effect and so on, right? What happens is your data gets stored, your data gets aggregated, and then it's sold, resold, leaked, hacked, and you lose control of that data. What we truly need, is a decentralized ID or access management, utilizing emerging technologies like blockchain, where, and I was actually going to touch upon this topic later on when we actually held the roundtable, but I'll just touch upon this for a short while. What we need is a decentralized ID where organizations can validate individuals, their data, and load their information in a central repository, which could be a blockchain, which is, I call it central, but it's decentralized in the reason being, managing access on a blockchain will help people control how their data is being used. It will help them audit who is utilizing that data and when. It will help them control what accesses they are provided. So a single user, think of it this way, a single user could authorize Facebook to access generalized data like other people have been mentioning, while providing more detailed data to hospitals, to medical facilities where it may be required, right? What that does is it allows people to take back control of data. It allows data to be stored in a single place instead of being fragmented all over. And it also kind of addresses what Aditya was talking about how recent the data is. Does it have a shelf life, right? So by talking about a decentralized ID mechanism, and by the way, this is not hypothetical, right? These things are already being worked upon by our organization and many others, right? This is reality, it's happening now. And I believe, these are my personal views, This is the need for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick logistic note here. Of course, Atul is in the next panel, the next roundtable, so you'll kind of hear more. Joining us from IBM, so is Jos and others. I see them in the room. But we have 10 minutes left in this roundtable, 9 to be precise. Oh, there you go. Kazi has a hand raised. I've been frantically typing it here just in case you don't know where the functionality is. At the bottom right, you see reactions. If you click that, there's a raise hand feature there. So please use that. Kazi, did you still want to say something? Okay, great.
So, first of all, thank you, everybody. It's great to hear a lot of insights. So I'm going to paint you a little bit different picture. So before I do that, I just wanted to give you a little bit background. So for the last 10 years, I've been working in the emerging markets and trying to solve this data issues, because I foresaw, prior to that, I worked at Microsoft for in 17 years. And I was responsible to build the cloud infrastructure. So with the cloud coming in, I saw there was going to be a disruption that's going to happen. So as part of it, I've been working specifically in Bangladesh. And one of the key things that we worked on was to connect in Bangladesh. We basically deployed or connected 5,000 government locations to deploy about nearly about 120,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, right? So today, with 170 million people, locked in a space smaller than Wisconsin, I think Bangladesh is one of the top 20 countries with the most fiber optic cables deployed. Now, the question is, what do they do about it, right? So one of the key things why we went to do this is we saw that that data is important, but you cannot have data without connectivity. And the other part is you cannot have connectivity without electricity or power. Right. So I want all of us data folks to think about it, that, you really cannot do anything to data if people don't have electricity out of the gate. So that's one of the important thing I found out, that there's a difference between working in developed nations and emerging market. Right. So the next part is that, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, was that over the last 20 years, corporations have been able to monetize this free internet model. And what, if you really look at it, how do they monetize this? Advertising is really the engine that monetizes. We talk about data, but we really don't, I haven't heard anybody talk about that, how these corporations, how to monetization of the data is depending on the advertising model, right? So as we look into the future, one of the key elements that during my last worked on, one of the key element was we first build out the networking backbone. Then we basically started building out the high-tech infrastructure in Bangladesh to create information development IT hubs. And then we found out that it is important for people to be aware of what the different solutions are. And the emerging market, when you want to develop a solution that is targeted for the poor, it's completely different than how you develop it for the developed nations. So for example, average cost of broadband connectivity in Bangladesh is about $15 a month. Okay, and over there, the average income over there, if you look at the PPP, which is about $2,000 a year, right? So for them to afford $15 a month is a significant amount. So this is where we have to figure out a way, how can we leverage the internet free model using advertising, but in this scenario, it has to be done in a way where the impact is on the in the society at an individual level. So we have to think about how do you provide free broadband so that the entire mass can join the internet economy. Because today, even with all of that, we only have 4.5 billion or 5 billion people, but we have another 2 billion to come in. And the other part that we have to think about is discrimination, right? Down the road, eyeballs do matter, but when we go and look at Google advertising model or Facebook advertising model or Amazon advertising model, the cost of eyeballs in United States or other countries is different than Ethiopia or Bangladesh or Philippines, so that's another thing that we have to think about, as we look into the data going onwards. So with that, I'll let some of us think about that one, and I would be glad to, get some feedback on it too.
Excellent remarks. Fantastic. So we have 4 minutes left to go. If anyone else, I would encourage you, I know this is a technical, fairly technical roundtable around regulation, around treatment of data, and I'm learning a lot. I can state that for sure. But if anyone of you have a question, or even if we don't address it now, there are amazing folks in this roundtable here you could follow up with. Whether those who have built successful solutions are monetizing it, all the way to those who are guiding regulators, as well as companies and large corporations on how to do that. Gurinder, I see you have a comment to make, if I read your body language correctly.
let me defer to Heidi. I saw her body language.
Okay, well, I see the reaction, but I think that's for clapping.
I don't have a hand raising for some reason on this version of Zoom, and it's only clapping or thumbs up. Sorry. So quick, I thought it would be really kind of neat if each one of you, I'm wondering, would share like one practical application that we can do right now today, knowing that we have a lot on the horizon, and that sometimes this stuff is a little overwhelming, and it's so much to ponder and so much to act on. So what's maybe one practical suggestion that you would advise us to do today that could actually protect our data or activate something? That would be wonderful.
Absolutely.
I'll start, and then I'm gonna
go ahead.
Rush off. So sorry, Brittany, I have a flight.
No, go ahead.
So I literally have 2 minutes, and then I will be rushing off from here. But I'd say, with the regulations in North America around privacy and the cookies, the cookies that most publishers and websites use, set to be sunsetted in a couple of years. Google's pushed that out. Every company, every website out there is requesting you to accept cookies before they can continue to collect the data on you. They're required to do that. So when you're on a site and it feels so compelling to just say yes and keep going, take a minute to go into the details of that cookie, look at what you want to accept for, because there is a way to say, yes, anonymized, I want it anonymized, and I want only this type of information to be collected. Just take a minute to do that and make it an active part of your own privacy protection, journey ahead. And that's what I'd leave you with. So,
thank you.
Brittany, go ahead. Sorry to cut you then.
Oh, no problem at all. I think it's important for everyone to take those steps. Just as Sonia said, I think the first thing that you could do is actually read the terms and conditions of one of the apps that you use most days and see what you've actually agreed to give away. I think it will make you probably delete quite a few apps that are on your phone that you no longer need, because you'll realize you're giving away much more than you ever really thought about. And secondly, to make you feel empowered after that, because once you read those terms and conditions, you're going to probably be a little bit upset with yourself that you never read them before downloading the app. You can take action by using some of these data ownership models and starting to see what it looks like to actually get paid for your data. If you're interested in figuring that out, you might have heard of Brave browser. You could use that instead of Google Chrome and get paid for your searches. I really implore you to download Big Token. You heard George Stella talk earlier. You can actually play around with answering simple questions, creating a decentralized ID for yourself, and you can start to create data sets that you have fully consented to, and you are going to earn money. You're going to earn tokens into your app that you can actually cash out in dollars into your bank account. Just to start to see what that looks like, because there are more and more models that are coming out like that. Traditional businesses probably have given you loyalty points or airline miles. Now it's actually looking like a tokenized value exchange. And that's the easier way to understand how businesses are rewarding you for the data that you're creating. But it is really that kind of loyalty scheme of a business to consumer trust that's being built. So try that out and really start to think about in your daily life, just making more privacy by design decisions where you know where your data is going. Thank you very much.
I like that, privacy by design. Thank you.
Can I make a short comment? If you're talking about practical things that you can do today as consumers, because even I went through this phase of reading terms and conditions. It stuck with me for maybe about 2 weeks before I got tired of reading all of the terms and conditions that were put forward in front of me. So if you're really serious about your privacy, I would advise you all to have 2 browsers. One for websites which would break for simply shopping for stuff, right? Amazon, other browsers, where if you do not provide them access, you could not actually use their services, right? So have that, but also have a separate browser which you use only for browsing, which you don't use to send emails, but just your day-to-day stuff. Install extensions like the Privacy Badger, which actually prevents tracker from tracing you across sites, across pages, across locations. Utilize ad blockers like uBlock Origin, which would prevent tracking elements like pixels and dots, which would track you regardless of all the settings that you choose. As the third suggestion, I would advise you to visit the settings section of your browsers. If you're using Edge, which is a phenomenally secure browser right now, you can disable access to location, webcam, file storage, to all sites in one section. You only have to do these 3 things once. Install the extension, disable location access and other settings that you're not comfortable sharing with other people. And that's really it. That's about as secure as you can get without investing more than a few hours into your day-to-day. Thank you.
Excellent comments, Atul. Thank you very much. And I think that's also a very good segue into the next session, which Atul is co-hosting with Jose and Felipe and Samantha. I know everyone's in the room here, so if that sounds all good, please bring yourselves to video so we can see you. And I just want to thank everyone. I think the way the conversation is flowing here is that this is all sort of beautifully coming together, and the previous roundtable is rolling into the next, and I think that's for a good reason. And indeed, the silos we work with, the disciplines we work with, are just our construct, right? It's just something that we humans have built to classify things. Things really are, one and the same at the end of the day, like the Buddhists say. But anyway, I'm reading about Buddhism, so you'll hear a little bit of that. And I just want to thank all of our roundtable hosts and also the ones who obviously been staying since the morning, since the plenary. We're super duper excited and grateful to have you here. So yeah, Brittany, Gurvinder, as well as our Sonia. I think she just dropped off, and our 4th roundtable host as well. So with that, I will hand over to Atul, Jose, I think, if I'm saying that correctly, Philip and Samantha. I'm not sure who's going first, but the stage is yours, and please start to proceed the conversation with your talks, and we'll open the floor up again to the participants here soon after.
Philippe, do you want to go first?
Yes, I see your name up top. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity. So out of Amsterdam here. I work at IBM as an associate partner in the Global Competence Center for Energies, Environment and Utilities. So, and what we see is in the last 5 years is an emerging of all those exponential technologies coming on, starting to hit the market in developing nations first, yeah, like 5G, different machine learning and artificial intelligence. And we see new usage patterns of those technologies. So based on improving current way of working, but now with the pandemic, also working more remotely and more globally connected. And that means that that I see in the energy industry that there is an opportunity to find new applications and new business models that implement multi-party intelligent workflows. So, and those workflows can be done to unlock new revenue models for all participants. So that is not blocking out the underserved communities, but gives equal access. So, and one of the things that we are working with and have implemented in 5 countries in Europe now is the application of electrical vehicles to participate and contribute to grid balancing. So as we all know, the grid is a very intuitive engineered system, but it's very fragile. Yeah? So we see that with the outages in Texas and other parts of the world experience outages as well. And we all understand that the application and the growth of electrical vehicles will put more stress on the grid. And we have designed a solution where we can also enforce those vehicles to contribute to a stable grid situation. So, and that's an area that we are very much interested in. And then if we then go to another angle is that in Europe, the European Commission has demanded more competition by retailers on the grid, in the sense that you need to support multiple concurrent retailers on a single grid connection. So the same that was happening in telco about 20 years ago is now happening in the energy world. And that gives all kinds of new opportunities, also for the underserved people. So if we can bundle the energy with the appliance, then we can have different rates for instance, your refrigerator or your airco, compared to the other usage of your home. So, and then going more into, well, a recent project that we have launched in the Netherlands is about tokenization of energy. So, and tokenization of energy is not to be understood as cryptocurrency. It's more understood as containers for shipping and then in energy world. And with that concept, we are playing with now with and building a minimal viable product for a solar farm. And the initial idea for the solar farm is that the project developer sets up the solar farm and can sell off a single panel to a second investor. So making very low entry investments possible into those renewable energy assets, and not having any interest makes those panels very interesting because they generate energy for the next 30 years to come, and also the associated RECs for being renewable. So, and those are the elements and the projects that we are very interested and enthusiastic about. So, but also we support quite a large array of startups, and I want to call one, which is Plastic Bank. So, Plastic Bank is an organization that supports people in the Philippines and in Indonesia to collect plastic waste. And then hand it into a collection point, depot. And as a return, they receive a token, which they can spend on fuel, on cooking equipment, on electricity, only the basic necessities. So, and that's an initiative that's a startup that IBM supported. And that is helping now quite a number, I think it's about 60,000 people, alleviate them from poverty. By this type of solution. So this is a little bit my first go at it. So I will most likely hand it over to the next speaker.
Great. No moderators technically. I'm just here to facilitate the logistical side of things. But Atul, Felipe, or Samantha, whoever would like to go next, you're welcome to.
Sure. So let me start by saying today I want to discuss this topic through different lenses. And those lenses would be, let's talk about socioeconomic impacts of emerging technologies, right? These are big words. But I want to talk about them from two lenses, one from the developed nations point of view and one from the developing nations, or like some of the use cases that we've already discussed. Now, more recently, yours and I have been collaborating. We've been advising organizations on how to, and now I'm talking about the developed nations, by the way. We are seeing an influx of new technologies, newer trends like adoption of EVs, distributed energy resources. And yours and I have been collaborating, advising clients on how to integrate these resources better in a way that provides agency. It provides the power to consumers in order to be able to control their own electricity generation, as well as contribute to the stability of grids across North America. Europe is already ahead, by the way, in terms of sheer innovation being seen in this sector, and soon to other developing nations as well. What this means is, when we talk about emerging technologies, we need to be thinking about what can blockchain, what can AI, what can machine learning do to simplify things for consumers, for the consumers of today. Why do I say this? Because I feel that innovation, breakthrough, groundbreaking, these are all keywords which have been used so expansively and so repeatedly that we are, at least my mind is numb to them. Today, every solution is groundbreaking, earth-shattering. Everybody is innovating, everybody is in the cloud, and everybody is doing something which will transform the world, right? But what we need to realize is, to have a true socioeconomic impact, we need to build the platforms, the ecosystems of tomorrow, which will allow the consumers of today, who, by the way, now have electric vehicles in their homes, who now have batteries in the form of Tesla Powerwalls, in the form of batteries which store their solar panel electricity generation. Till now, most of the organizations have been focused on how do we provide them access? How do we get chargers into customers' homes? But soon, that conversation is going to shift to how can these consumers, how can these new customers feed back into the grid? If there's a power outage, yours mentioned Texas, right? How can we feed back that power into the grid to stabilize it while minimizing frequency fluctuations, while minimizing the impacts of all these distributed resources flowing into the grid or charging at the same time? So I see that comment about people. There's a big reason why I use the term consumers, and I'll get to it. But yeah, so the point we're trying to make is we are helping organizations envision and actually develop those ecosystems and platforms that would generate those new rates, those new offerings, which would incentivize customers to, one, first be able to contribute to this new market that is developing. And that market is not companies going into people's homes and installing chargers. That reverse market is flow from the consumer, from us, right? People, to feed back into the grid, feed back into the economy while being incentivized with revenue. People will soon be able to actually trade energy into the wholesale markets. And that's what we are trying to enable. Yours and I are in deep conversations about that. And that's one of our focus areas. Now, let's talk about another topic that we in the developed nations need to be thinking about. That is about food waste, right? When we talk about food waste, it's a topic that concerns everyone. But how does it translate down to the individual person, consumer, whatever we want to call ourselves, right? But let's think about it this way. Do I want my food to be organic? Absolutely. how much effort will a normal person put into ensuring that that food is sourced responsibly from the farmer who is toiling away to not use pesticides, who is performing all the right actions. But due to many lapses in the supply chain, they are not getting the right visibility or the right orders that they deserve. And at the same time, we are also seeing, while we cannot go into names, but today when you go out to buy cheese, today when you go out to buy olive oil, you will see 100 different brands. Something is 100% olive oil, 100% pure olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, and the same thing with cheeses, right? You have 100 types of cheeses. How much effort can a normal person really put into ensuring that their supply chain brings them responsibly sourced material from the farmers, from the areas which they want to support? There is a huge gap that exists today where companies want to minimize food waste, they want to source responsibly, but how do we translate that information down to the user? What can the user look at to ensure that, yes, I trust this, and by buying this product, I will be able to support the people I want to support, who are the farmers somewhere, whether it be a farm in America, whether it be a farm in a developing nation. That's where these emerging technologies like blockchain would come into play, right? By being able to tag that, hey, this fish or this block of cheese was actually manufactured in the place of origin that we are selling you. When we say 100% pure, that's what it means. That's the technology that we are trying to build today.
Absolutely, Atul, and so well put. And I think you made a very, very compelling point. In fact, I should probably just mention Govinder here, who was co-hosting the last session, long time IBMer, blockchain, IoT, all of those things combined. We actually recently did a study on exactly that. How do you use blockchain, or if emerging tech can make global supply networks and not just linear chains anti-fragile and not just break under demand pressures like we saw with the pandemic, and to some degree the supply pressures as well. So that study is actually funded by UCL. So I'll invite you all, if any one of you is interested, kind of the papers in the making. The first draft is ready. We presented that, and also let's definitely follow up on that. With that, I would like to invite Felipe, followed by Samantha, to tell us about yourself, the work you're doing, what are some of the core challenges you're facing, and open this conversation up, really, because again, this is a group of colleagues, and in the spirit of open dialogue here.
Thank you, Navroop, and good day to everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to share some perceptions on this very interesting and innovative theme. I learned from what Jos and Atul mentioned, because they go deep into how how emerging technologies can be positive in the socioeconomic realm for society. And they go out of their experience working in the sector, and they have a sharp view of the direct benefits that emerging technologies can have. I don't work in the sector. I'm not in the technological space. I work for the Tropical Forest Alliance out of the World Economic Forum, trying to advance agendas that help diminish deforestation linked to soft commodities. And I work as the public sector engagement head for the Alliance. So therefore, my space of action is more into how do we shape good public policies that advance this specific agenda. So I come from the other end of the street, where I think there is a need to understand this world of emerging technologies and create conditions, enabling conditions, so that policymakers can consider this knowledge and generate indirect benefits, right? So both things are important. I would like the audience to mention that when we talk about socioeconomic benefits, You can have the direct ones and the indirect ones. At the end is how do you maximize and catalyze the impact from the technology, and how do you steer that technology in the appropriate way so that you can really obtain a human-centric global and balanced economy. Sustainability, equitability, and transparency, as mentioned in the heading of this session, will require a good alignment from the innovation side, the industrial side of the technologies, but also with the policy frameworks that can help upscale this knowledge and bring it to all the corners of the world. Out of the Tropical Forest Alliance, we've been pushing forward strategies to really tackle the deforestation problem, which is part of this bigger crisis that humanity is facing regarding climate change and biodiversity loss. This week, we had a very tough warning by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, with the report that basically sends a massive alert on the need to take climate action. And when you look into that big problem, you realize that nature-based solutions are a fundamental part of the equation, and something that we can really push forward strongly, so that the reduction of emissions can be achieved in the short term. It is said that nature-based solutions, can provide over 1/3 of the cost-effectiveness mitigation strategies that can advance the climate agenda moving forward, and to achieve a balanced level of temperature before 2030. And this means keeping forests in place. Now, when you go into the forest realm, you realize that the impact, almost 3/4 of almost 2/3, 60% of tropical forest loss is driven by commercial agriculture, and that's why we are focused on really tackling soft commodities. And if we think that could be an important catalytic, it could be a cost-effective way of achieving a catalytic, milestone that can really set a domino effect and create a positive dynamic moving forward. Now, to address this, it's quite a challenge, because you have to really create conditions where producer and consumer countries of these commodities can really align, where you can have policy coherence that do not lead to further polarization between North and South, between producers and consumers, private and public. With the leadership of the United Kingdom government, who's will be stepping up as the Conference of the Parties president on the UNFCCC convention next November. We've set up what we call the FACT dialogue, the Forest, Agricultural Commodities and Trade dialogue, as a way of trying to create this policy coherence and advance the agenda in such a way that there's incentives for producers and consumers to come into a good synergy. Now, within the FACT dialogue, one core component being discussed is traceability and transparency. How do we explore ways to create enabling environments that enhance the mobilization of information, so that decision-making can be conducted with appropriate monitoring and disclosure of information. Now, there's a lot of barriers to this, and there's a need to support enabling environments, and there's a need to have a commonality in the interoperability of the traceability systems. So when you go into details, the cost of transaction are high. How do we lower those costs of transactions so that we can really create these dynamics to flow? This is where the emerging technologies can really shed light and provide a very interesting opportunity. what I'm trying to do with this story is to showcase how important it is not only to have the emerging technology industry going in the right direction, but also to influence the policy frameworks that exist so that they can be in a position to receive and generate or catalyze the value of these technologies. As an example, just to conclude, within the forum, we've put together what we call is a challenge. We call it the Tropical Forest Commodities Challenge, an effort trying to reach out to the broader community and have them think about the solutions that could help us have a mechanism that really brings to scale good practices for commodities. And I would like to invite the entire community that works on emerging technologies to take this as an opportunity to think how this could be a proof of concept for how the emerging technologies can really showcase that human balanced development can occur within the space of the climate change agenda. I'll post the link correctly in a few seconds, but over to you, Navroop, and to Sydney, who I think close.
Thank you, Felipe. Fantastic stuff. And of course, WEF is very engaged in the world through a multiplicity of perspectives. And we're super honored, Felipe, that you brought sort of that conversation at that level to this roundtable today. And with that, I'll hand over to Samantha, who's just joining us. Samantha, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. Delighted to be here. Really happy to hear all these brilliant minds, just trying to figure out how do we screw up less when it comes to technology. Kind of sounds like, so I'm gonna present a little bit of a different frame, I think, than everyone else. I'm the founder of Empower Global. We do trainings on women's leadership and diversity and inclusion, specifically for global companies. And sometimes we use virtual reality in our trainings to help participants walk a mile in someone else's shoes. I also am the host of a live stream show called Samanthropolitics, which is about global politics from a feminist lens. So I'm gonna kind of be talking from my work, but also from just seeing global trends and movements all over the world and what's happening and the influence of technology on those. So I think what's so important, you know, when I looked at this panel is that technology and especially social media are incredibly powerful motivators and organizing tools, but they have the ability to go both ways. They can be utilized for good and they can be utilized for not good. And how do you prevent those bad actors from using the platforms to organize, you know, organize some sort of an insurrection at the United States Capitol? Great example. How do you prevent that from happening? And, you know, I think inherent to the problem with a lot of these platforms is that they're there to make money. You know, Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn and TikTok and, you know, Instagram, well, Instagram and Facebook, the same owners, but they're there to ultimately get more money back to their shareholders and raise, you know, the prices of their stock so that shareholders make more money. That's the aim. It's not to save the world. It's not to prevent insurrections on the US Capitol. It's not to make sure conflict doesn't happen. It's not to save people's mental health. That is not the goal. I think companies like Facebook are now trying to get a little bit more woke and realize that they're having a big influence, but unfortunately, there have been some irreversible things that have happened. So, you know, if you'll remember that when Facebook was so eager to spread across the world, without having an understanding that technology can create serious conflict. So when I studied at the Fletcher School at Tufts, I took a class called Advanced Conflict Resolution and Development. And one thing we learned was how to do what's called a conflict analysis. And the idea was, if you're going to go into a country, even if you're there to provide aid, even if you're there to build houses or, you know, plant trees, that the way you do things, if you don't understand the cultural context and the history of the country, can actually do more harm than good. For example, if you go into a country and everyone you hire is from one ethnic group, And there's a history of ethnic conflict, say between the Tutsis and the Hutus in Rwanda. And you go in and you don't even realize it, but you hire all Tutsis. You could create conflict. If you do things like, and what Facebook ended up doing was they had one speaker who spoke in Myanmar, one person that spoke the language in Myanmar, one. And they were so eager to go into Myanmar that all of a sudden, the Myanmar military junta, who are now also wreaking havoc on the country, used the platform to fuel a genocide against the Rohingyas. It was absolutely atrocious. I mean, beyond disgusting. They also, as you saw, that this desire to make money allowed nefarious actors to put up Facebook accounts and to totally discredit Hillary Clinton in the lead up to the 2016 election and bolster Donald Trump. Now, I will say Facebook has taken steps. For example, now in order to advertise on Facebook, they send literally a code to your house, and you can only advertise in your own country. So as an advertiser, I can only advertise in the US now. I cannot advertise somewhere else. But unfortunately, there's a double-edged sword there, because what if I have content that actually would be great to go out into the global world? That's not terrorist. That's not, negative. So I think they're trying to handle it, but they're very unclear how to. But I think that, tech companies need to realize that this, and I've worked in technology, and I've worked also in international relations, and I've worked in journalism. And what I saw in the tech world was break things, then fix them. Well, that's fine if you're going to break an app, but it's not fine if your mentality of, failing fast and just going at full speed is going to cost people's lives, or is going to influence an election to not going to be shy about my political views, to end up with a incompetent narcissist in power who reverses everything that has to do with human rights for 4 years of our country's history. I mean, this administration is just spending all their time trying to undo what Donald Trump and his incompetent team did. So I think it's just important that that tech companies employ more of a conflict sensitivity lens to realize that they can break things, they can get people killed, that there is life and death at stake. It's not just about losing 100,000 users. They also must recognize that they're publishers. So I've written a few pieces for the Washington Post. I have at least 2 fact checkers that come back and they say, even if it's like the most arbitrary thing, are you sure it was 1600 that Felipe blah, blah, blah was the king of Spain? I found an article that's 1601, right? They come back, they fact check. Facebook doesn't fact check. Twitter doesn't fact check, right? They allow, it's why, again, QAnon has majorly spread over social media, totally factless, all based on lies and conspiracy theories.
Yep.
So anyway, am I talking too long, Navroop?
No, this is great. I think you have a bold voice, Samantha, and this is so delightful that there are no filters, and that's kind of the point of why we're doing these roundtables. We try not to get political, but it's hard not to. We are political beings. I was a political science minor in college, so I totally appreciate the intersectionality of the economy. And you mentioned, I just wanted to recognize that, talk about culture sensitivity. Mike Dury, who's in the room, is actually a 30-40 year expert doing exactly that. And part of what I announced this morning was also our advisory work around that. And that really is an undercutting theme, Samantha, what you just said. It's just so important when it comes to change. What is it that's going to drive change? And I think that's not just technology. It really comes down to humans who are building that tech, who will be using that tech, and sort of the list goes on. So I do want to open up a little bit here to everyone, all the participants and colleagues who are joining us, to please raise your hands, or if you have a comment to make or a question to ask. We got some brilliant hosts here. Now is the time to do so. We have another 25 minutes in the roundtable, and we're really anchoring this on building, for human outcomes. And you've heard a multiplicity of perspectives. I have a lot to say about it, but we definitely want to open up and hear from more people here. So I'll pause here for a second and see who'd like to go first.
Is it okay if I ask a question to Philippe?
Please,
Yes,
please go ahead.
Yeah, so I love this talk very much, but so I have one question that is bothering me, and he's more knowledgeable on this than I am. But I see in the Western world that companies do invest in reforestation, but see it as a ticket for free pollution in their backyard. So what's your position on that, and how can we prevent this? What type of mechanisms do we need to have? What's instruments or policy instruments on a global level to prevent this happening, while at the same time not cutting off the investments that is needed to reforestation, right? So that I'm a supporter of that, yeah. But
yes, that's a very good question, and there's many optics to this, right? I agree. It's very easy to have situations where you have companies just making the minimum effort and just greenwashing things out. I think that for us, the challenge is how do you work with the leaders and not the laggers? How do you work with the leaders in such a way that you create conditions that raise the bar in a way that there's a domino effect? And I'm going to give you an example. Now that the European Union is discussing a new legislative proposal to tackle deforestation linked to sub-commodities. There's already a lot of experience on the forest side of things, timber as a commodity, but tackling these other commodities, there's a big push from the consumers in Europe, because it's a highly aware community. But there is a big challenge of how you put this together in such a way that one thing is not to import deforestation into Europe. The other one is to really tackle deforestation at the base, right? So we're trying to make sure that we work with the leading companies, because the laggers are trying to lower the profile of the legislation. The NGOs and activists are putting it so high that you just can create a leakage and have the smallholder producers linked to the companies on the supply chain just being decoupled from the supply chain and going into emerging markets like China or India that do not have this level of awareness. So how do we bring into the picture leading companies so that they can send a positive message of, we need to have the bar high and hopefully level the bar for all the companies so that there's good production, but do it in a realistic manner so that we don't have, so that we can manage the risk of bringing along producers on the supply chain so that the flow of change, of positive change, gets embedded into the system, in the upstream. So for that to be successful, metrics, MRB, monitoring, reporting, and verification becomes essential. These are the niches where emerging technologies can help us steer the dynamic, the discussion to one side or the other. Hope this gives you some insight on your question, Jess.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So and I can say that the high-tech environment can provide those technologies, right? Building the crypto anchors that you need to give trusted data from what's going on around the world, and then build solutions that make it happen. Yeah.
Great.
If I can just pipe in here, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Mike. I was just going to call upon you here.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to take one step back and respond to a couple of things that Samantha said. Again, thank you so much.
Do you mind introducing yourself, and then we'll have Atul next.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm Mike Dury. I'm the Chief Content Officer of the Digital Economist, and taking part in this incredible roundtable of really stellar personalities. It's a huge honor and a privilege, and I've been really enjoying the discussion. Thank you, everyone. It's really been great. So yeah, I would like to, as Navroop said, this topic of culture is something that I deal with in my day-to-day business and have been doing so in for many years, decades, literally. So I mean, obviously I'm old, so there you go. I think it's important to look at the topic of culture. It's kind of a two-edged sword. On the one hand, you so often have these, say, these handbooks that are handed out to people in corporations going abroad of do's and don'ts, and they tend to reinforce preconceptions about different cultures. There are so many stereotypes, right? If you look at the literature in intercultural studies, you will see there are these dimensions where you don't necessarily talk about a national or ethnic culture, but you talk about dimensions of culture on a sliding scale. And I think this is very important to decouple our preconceptions of a certain culture from the way we experience that culture, and this being, of course, the most important thing, how we reconcile cultures, where we bring together the interests of people in different cultures and dig down to a level where we can find, okay, there is a huge amount of common ground. I'm not saying it's easy, it's a lot of hard work, but I'm saying it's possible. And this is something that is very often, or I would say almost always, neglected in these processes. And you know, regardless of how good the intentions are, things go south. Projects don't always reveal yield the results intended. So yeah, those are just a couple of my thoughts to your comments, Samantha, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Mike. So I know that Atul has his hand raised, who's of course the co-host, so gets priority in the line, and then Ray and then Deepak are next. So please keep them brief. If you made the point, then leave space for others to add flavor to it or another perspective. So thank you. Go ahead, Atul.
Thank you. Felipe, I just wanted to mention that I really resonate with what you said about responsible farming and about having an impact on how things are sourced, right? So that's why I shared those links, but I specifically wanted to call out two implementations that are out there today. One is, and this is where we as people and we as consumers need to make our voices heard. The first example I shared is around responsible sourcing. So if we are able to convince organizations, I mean, if we were so vocal, call them out that, hey, why are you not part of a responsible sourcing alliance, which is a real associative way, which incentivizes organizations to join this consortium and prove that they're sourcing their raw materials in a responsible, environmentally friendly manner, then we as people will be able to actually force those economic impacts, right? That's one. The second thing which I want to talk about is, you spoke about how do we take this to developing countries, right? Not just developed nations. There I want to talk about, one, if we are able to incentivize or call out organizations and make them be a part of this responsible sourcing, this demand from developed nations will actually source or actually force the sourcing of raw materials from those developing nations, driving change there. Second, there's an example specifically around microfinance in developing nations like Kenya, and I'll share that link with you as well, where people who may not have credit scores, people who may not have access to broadband, right? They are being provided microloans or microfinance through the use of cell phones, SMS, and if all of this is linked, if responsible farmers are provided loans in a fair manner, which incentivizes them to adopt environmentally friendly practices, utilizing emerging technologies like blockchain, that's how this gets linked, right? From a developed nation to developing countries. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Atul. Thanks very much. Great. So Ray, I think the floor is yours, followed by Deepak.
Thanks. I have, I guess, something of a question. I've been very sort of involved in, let's say, humanistic applications of technologies like artificial intelligence, and especially how we deal with information. Because if you look at, say, situations like connected objects that make decisions autonomously, there's no way, at least in the technology that we have today, there's no way to track on what basis were these decisions made. And if 2 or 3 years later, you have to go back and try to figure out, well, why did this machine decide to do this? And try to ascribe some sort of responsibility, for example. We don't have a way to do that at this point. And so in the context of that, and thinking also about how these technologies are going into developing countries, I have come up against very confusing and conflicting information. In other words, I find it very hard to know what's really going on in developing countries. I have heard at various times, for example, that certain African countries are doing their own artificial intelligence initiatives. They're doing it their way and not necessarily following the way of the Western countries. And this all sounds really good. And then I hear from other people, that's a load of garbage, that there's nothing happening, nothing's going on, and that everything that's going on down there is being done by the large multinational companies, et cetera. I don't know what to believe anymore. So I'd like to know, do any of you here have good sources of information so that we can find out exactly what is going on and not have to rely on people's opinions?
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ray, with that. I would like to recognize Deepak, and then we have Felipe, Leo, and Salisu, and Samantha as well. So I think a lot of action. So please take no more than a minute or two, so we can have everyone on the floor. Please go ahead, Deepak.
Thanks. I'm Deepak Maheshwari. I'm currently working as Senior Fellow with Center for the Digital Future, and also Senior Visiting Fellow with the ICRIER, which is also a research organization. Earlier, I have worked with a few startups like Microsoft, MasterCard, Symantec, etc., heading their public policy functions in India, Asia, etc. And I've also been the IEEE Internet Initiative Chair, Global Chair of that. So one of the things that Ray you mentioned in terms of AI and ethics, etc. So one of the efforts in IEEE was also about ethically aligned design, first edition, which we published a couple of years back. And of course, right now the process is on for the second edition. So I'll share the details with everybody subsequently. Second thing I just wanted to mention was Atul did mention about blockchain's use and many others. But one of the criticism which is coming on terms of the blockchain specifically is in terms of the energy consumption itself. And I think this is one of the areas that we also need much more data upon, and also have more clarity so that the business case as well as the policy case is made very, very well. And the last thing that I would want to mention is this. I think whenever we are talking about use of data in any particular context, I think what we need to look at is combining different type of data, because relying only on one type of data will also, on one hand, it diminishes its value as well as it's also amplifies the biases. So the way I would like to sort of frame this is, if you could think about combining different type of data streams, which could be, for example, high frequency data, low frequency data, personal data, non-personal data. In fact, in India, we have a lot of discussions going around personal data as well as non-personal data, because two different committees have come out with two different sort of recommendations. Public data from public sector as well as the data from private sector. And also natural data, which is of course being collected from different sensors and other things, but also synthetic data. So what type of data could be sort of generated, simulated, and how we can combine those also in pursuing any of the streams that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. That was super. I've actually not heard of that taxonomy before, but I could see how that could serve. serve a lot of our purposes very well. And I'm just looking at the rows as folks have raised their hands. So please feel free to take the stage as your colleague stops or finishes their talk before. So Felipe, Leo, Siliusu, Samantha, Kazi, and Atul in that same order. Over to you, Felipe.
Thank you. Extremely interesting. And I will try to just make an effort to connect dots, because I think that's the way we can create collective action to really imagine how technologies can help advance human development, which is the topic of this session. So I like what Atul mentioned. Not only using this case of supply chains as an example, because there's many fields where technology can really be a tool to advance solid human outcomes. But using this case, I made a reference to technology as a way of assuring, traceability along the supply chains. But Atul is going one step further, which I like, which is, technology as a way of engaging stakeholders, and that's really essential, especially at the upstream of the supply chains. Most of the producer countries or stakeholders see this as agenda, not necessarily as a climate change agenda. It should create that co-benefit, right? But it should be also a livelihood agenda. It's about productivity and job creation in a balanced way. So for that, we need to have effective engagement. The development of a jurisdictional approach is a way through which we can do what Joss was flagging, engage private sector to go beyond just putting some trees and claiming glory, right? But for that, technology may be a way of really locking in incentives and keep that in place. More important, when we look at this equation, some producer countries are consumers themselves, right? 80% of the beef produced in Brazil that impacts the Amazon, it's consumed within Brazil. So how do we get to those consumers in the downside of the supply chain? And this brings to what Samantha mentioned. How do we tap into the good voices, the use of technology to reach out to the masses so that they can imagine what's the impact and be part of the solution and create those conditions that really enhance the flow of resources and the development of standards in a balanced way. Just to close, as Ray says, it has to be done in a way that perceptions, different angles are taken into account. If we're gonna frame all of this with standards and parameters that are Western biased, this might not last, right? Might not be sustainable. So just wanted to highlight that, because I think the conversation brings a plethora of rich elements that should be factored in when tackling this challenge of human outcomes. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. This is Leonardo Real. I hope you can all hear me. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for Tether, and that's a stablecoin issuer. Though I will give the disclaimer that these opinions are my own and not those of my company and of the related entities. I just wanted to actually bring a couple of points together, maybe connect them. And just thinking about how we've been discussing engaging with stakeholders, as well as about being cognizant and careful about the social idiosyncrasies that exist in different jurisdictions. I think that maybe a good way of being aware of this and helping people all over the world is by actually empowering them. And so as opposed to bringing them solutions, giving them the tools that will allow them to be entrepreneurial in their own sectors, in their own countries, and come up with their own solutions for themselves and their own people. And so to the extent that today not every person in the world has access to something that we probably take for granted, which is stable and reliable money and financing systems, having that available would be, I think, a big game changer. So even just the difficulty in allowing people to just save money or fight, very quickly rapid inflation would be really helpful. And so decentralized models of value storage and transfer, I think one way of allowing people all over the world to be able to become entrepreneurs, and this is, you know, a lot more than just being able to send funds to people all over the world in a more cheap and effective way. It's actually giving them the tools to then be able to, you know, create loans or other financing tools that they wouldn't otherwise have. And although I do recognize that there are energy questions that need to be addressed, I believe those should be addressed and could be mitigated. But to the extent that we're talking about a technology that can actually empower people all over the world, it is worthwhile taking a very close look at this, assuming that you can mitigate some of the other you know, unpleasant effects that might occur. And of course, while being very cognizant of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing, risk mitigations that need to be taken into account as well. So I think with public-private partnerships between business, between regulators and law enforcement, you could really create decentralized models that allow for wealth redistribution to go to a lot of different countries, that allows entrepreneurs to be created in those countries, and that also helps kind of protect general or to increase public safety generally across the world. And so I think that taken from that lens, something like a stable coin and other financial tools could be very useful and maybe something that needs to be considered. Thank you.
And for those of you who don't know, Tether is the largest stablecoin. So Leonardo, I know you've talked very humbly about all those things, so I know they're movers and shakers in the space. And so we're a total fan. I just want to say that. And so we have a lot of hands raised and we don't have a lot of time left in this roundtable, but I would like to thank you, Leonardo, for your comments and sort of shortening your name. I'm just trying to, you know, use the minimum words possible. It's no
problem at all.
Great. So we have Salisu, if I'm not butchering your name, next, and maybe some concluding remarks from Samantha and Atul. Kazi, I do want to keep you for the next roundtable, if that's okay. And that's going to be very exciting, which is on risk. So over to you, Salisu.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Salisu Uba. I'm joining in from Glasgow, Scotland. I'm currently a researcher working on blockchain adoption in the oil and gas supply chain, particularly with focus in Nigeria. I think one key important point that I really want to emphasize, I know that most of the speakers have really discussed about that. I think importantly is to look into the aspect of technology adoption. Why is it that when you have technology, people tend to not accept or use this particular technology, even though the benefits are quite obvious? So I think most importantly, things to do with the emerging technologies like blockchain. I think there's so much misconception around the technology, no doubt. Education, awareness is really important, but I think strategically there should be alignment between the co-players in the industry. I mean, there is so much information about the technology. The enthusiasts are always there making a lot of promises about the technology, but I mean, the real business guys don't really see or rather understand and know where and how this technology can be implemented. So I mean, an avenue like this and any other opportunity should be able to engage, you know, the critical stakeholders. And I want to mention this, that part of my research, what I'm doing is trying to understand the perception of stakeholders around this particular technology. And it will be quite amazing for you to know the insights coming from these particular findings. So I think everybody is a stakeholder, and whatever technology we are looking at is an enabler. Technology cannot solve our problems. We have to look into the processes, the people around, and indeed the policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Salisu. Samantha, over to you. This is great stuff. And if you don't mind, please feel free to drop a link or whatever resource that we can access in order to learn more. This is spot on, and I think we should definitely continue the conversation and with really many other colleagues who've joined us today. Samantha, over to you.
Yeah, so quickly, just to comment, I think what Ray said was important is that once this AI is made and once the robot's off making decisions, we might not have a way to measure it. And so I just want to bring your attention to the fact that 22% of workers in AI are women. So that's less than 1/4 of people working on AI are women. So if we think about that, people create, okay, I get so irritated by Siri and Alexa. Hearing people boss around Siri and Alexa, it really bothers me. It shows that it was made by men because they see that, okay, there's an assistant who's going to do your bidding, your secretary, it's obviously a woman. And it just reinforces gender stereotypes about who is there to serve who. So I just want us to think about that because there is bias in algorithms. There's tremendous bias, especially when the majority are men and the majority, as someone also mentioned, are white Western men working in Silicon Valley whose life experience is extremely narrow. And so they don't have that breadth and that vision to be able to have that inclusive lens. And I think that's incredibly problematic. So just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Samantha. I'm just frantically typing in the chat function here how I've never thought about it, even though I consider myself a full feminist. And so thank you for broadening my horizons, I could say from a personal perspective. But yeah, Atul, over to you. And I'm curious to hear how you kind of also, not to put you in the hot seat, but how's equity figuring out, right? Can I throw that out on all of these things that we're talking about today?
Thank you. So I just wanted to address thoughts by Deepak and Salisu both. One was about why don't people accept new technologies like blockchain? And Deepak, so you had comments about there are concerns about energy consumption with blockchain. These two comments are actually directly related. Why don't people accept new technologies? Because they have limited exposure, and that's where talks like these come in. Because what I want to tell you today is most people's exposure to blockchain comes from Bitcoin, and that's why they feel that blockchain and energy consumption are synonymous. That is not true. The use cases that we talk about are, I can't go into technical details, but they talk about permission versus permissionless blockchains. When we talk about corporate blockchain networks, there are very limited participants with very strict limits on what can be done, who participates and more, which significantly reduces the energy consumption, making it a energy and climate-wise viable option. I would encourage everyone to learn more about permission blockchains. I feel that would be really, really educational. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atul. I would like to invite Felipe here, just to kind of, I know he has a superpower on saying concluding remarks. So I would like to invite you, Felipe, to formally conclude this roundtable as we start the next one shortly. So, and of course, thank you to all the other hosts as well.
Thank you. I didn't know about those superpowers, but I think it's not about superpowers, it's about passion and what you get out of these sessions and these discussions, and so many minds really bringing elements into the core of the discussion. Like, for example, Samantha bringing the gender balance equation, and it's not an issue of quotas, it's an issue of leveling the field so that the human beings can bolster all their energy and capacity. That's wonderful. So I think that this session has tapped into that. Fantastic opinions from a great audience, willing to engage. The chat was totally active, and that's the energy that can make a difference, so that we can seize all the advantages of technologies in the right direction, right? I look forward to sharing Navroop's influencer messages down the road. They're going to compete with what Samantha highlighted in the other end of the spectrum. So over to you, and keep the energy flowing in the right direction.
Thank you so much, Felipe, and thanks again to all the hosts. Jos, who joined us from Europe, Atul, who's is in the US, Felipe, who's joining us from one of my favorite countries in the world, which is Costa Rica, and also Samantha, who I've actually just met. So we need to talk more for sure. And I would encourage everyone to connect with each other. The chat is not something I can keep track of, and I think that's a good sign. So I encourage you all to connect. We've shared contacts, and we have a big social media presence as well. And with that, I know everyone in the next roundtable is here. This is a critical thing, a critical topic. And we have actually done a whole bunch of work on risk in the past. You saw what happened with cybersecurity attacks on grids. And so now we're no longer talking about data or identity being stolen. We're talking about physical disasters that would happen if we don't double down on whether it comes to risk in more generally, but cybersecurity in particular, and how that intersects with our physical environment. So the series of these roundtables are really curated to underline and bring forth that intersectionality. So with that, I will hand over to Brian to kickstart the roundtable. Brian Barnier, who's joining us, and then we'll introduce the other three hosts as well.
All right, thank you very much, Navroop, and delighted to be with you all. Hello. Yes, Navroop, you're absolutely right. The whole flow you're going through today, where we've got technology interacting with society, and now we've got critical infrastructure issues that impact people physically. And it's more than identity theft and everything else. And yes, a few days ago, my credit card was stolen again, so I suffered the pain. But it's interesting. We talk about critical infrastructure, and particularly in the energy industry. About 7 years ago, I got an award in Washington, D.C. for my work on cybersecurity, and that's the topic that I addressed. And I addressed it years before when I was with Gervy at IBM, and we were working on secure messaging that would be applied to electrical and water utilities. So this has come, and now everybody has seen it more and more as these things sort of cascade around the planet. What we're trying to do in this panel is something different. Navroop kicked us off this morning and said, we've got to think differently about these things. We've got to think differently about the interaction between people and technology. So for a moment, I'd like you to breathe, kind of like in the meditation exercises we did, but just think, if you're in a highly regulated environment, so many people think that risk management is just compliance. And if your business has high employee turnover, you might focus on that, or your global marketplace, you might think about foreign exchange risk or geopolitics. The point is that people think about the thing that they are concerned about in their spot, in their organization. And I've heard the term here today so many times, the silos. And people are seeing risk through her or his own eyes. But the real need when we're trying to solve the real problem is to understand the issues that confront our business and everybody overall, because this is such a global issue. And so that's where we get to this notion of asking sort of two key questions that we hope to carry through this. And I've already heard flavors of, but already today, but trying to crystallize it as I've been taking notes. The first is, how does it work? How does this thing, this system, we've used this word so many times today, how does that system really work? And then second, asking what if? And that's the scenarios that have been mentioned today. And the third point is that being able to watch for warning signs in the context of those first two questions. Building that skill is just so very important. So asking these questions and the questions behind the questions is the essence of what we talk about as critical thinking. You might think Socratic questions. For example, critical questions like, do our assumptions lead to errors in our conclusion? Or does our frame of reference or our perspective lead to errors in conclusion? And we talked about that just in the last session. So when we answer these questions, it's clear that just by reading the news headlines, that the typical cyber math, method, and point solutions are structurally flawed. And when I say structurally flawed, I mean they cannot get the job done. It's not just whipping cybersecurity people to, run faster, jump higher, do something more implementation. The thing that they're trying to do is not designed properly in the first place. Then, I'm not going to go through like the typical cyber presentation of all the scary things in the world, but just consider this. There's more breaches even with more cybersecurity spend. And when you do forensic analysis on these attacks, especially the good ones using real root cause analysis, it points to the cyber method as the root cause of breaches. And that these frameworks that we love to wrap around our arms around and embrace, we're here talking about innovation. These frameworks freeze out new ideas and they freeze in the old way. We don't change. It's very conformist. We're taking away the very innovation that powers our businesses and all the things that we've talked about ever since Navroop kicked us off this morning. And the point is that cybersecurity as a discipline has a problem. And more, cybersecurity is struggling with method errors that were already solved in other disciplines, like say aviation or hospitals. So how can we achieve better security more easily? So it's not the heavy lift that it has been. We need new ideas, new ways, and that's what Navroop, and shout out to Sri, constructed this panel to take a look at. And our suggestion here is that it's with design thinking. That's a big thing that you'll hear around the digital economist world. But not just with any design thinking as for your latest phone or piece of consumer electronic style or aesthetics, but for complex dynamic systems challenge of cybersecurity and complex dynamic systems challenge of critical infrastructure, and in particular, the energy piece that we're going to drill down on with our experts in this session. Because that industrial style design thinking helps us see errors and then makes it easier to improve cybersecurity. It's been proven and practical in other areas for decades, and it's ripe to bring into this. And so with that, I'd like to sort of just briefly introduce these wonderful group of experts that Navroop and Sri have pulled together. We've got Murli from joining us from way over in Europe, late his time. We've got Boj coming in from India, and we've got Project Kali from New York City. So we're spanning the globe. Of course, Navroop couldn't do anything without spanning the globe. So,
thank you, Brian. Happy to be here.
Very happy to be here.
Great.
I've just been controlling myself from falling asleep. It is midnight here.
I was on a call with India a few hours ago, so I get it. So we want to bring everybody together, and I'd like to go to Prachi to help us glue some of this all together here. And because what we're going to do is we're going to work through cybersecurity, and then we're looking at new ideas, and particularly the new idea we want to talk about is digital twins. Gervy already kicked this off, a few other people did, but we're going to do that, and we'll drill on the, I should say drilling, because we're really in the energy industry and the renewable energy industry where Boj is an expert, go into these pieces in more detail. So Prachi, if I can ask you to sort of kick off, and then Boj will go and sort of do an industry localization and cybersecurity, and then Murli, we're just going to hand this right to you to start running with digital twins. So away we go, Prachi.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. And just hello, everyone. Glad to meet you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And appreciate your time just in the middle of such a literal chaos in the world with the pandemic and everything. So I do appreciate you joining the summit today. Navroop is a great friend, an ally, a colleague, and we love to do wonderful projects together. And with that, I will quickly introduce myself. Again, Brian is my esteemed colleague. We do a lot of work together in cybersecurity. I used to run our company's strategic initiatives before I joined our diversity and inclusion team, bringing the business lens and mindset into organizing our diversity and inclusion initiatives for the past 3 years. And prior to that, I was in management consulting for a long time, over 11 years at EY, doing exactly this, reframing problems and coming up with opportunities and solutions. And essentially the theme across all of it was breaking silos and how do we sort of close that communication gap and come up in really identifying solutions that work for everybody and not just within an organization, but across public, private sectors, which is becoming more and more apparent today. Besides that, I am also a huge proponent of gender diversity. I'm an executive myself, so I work with a lot of emerging executives who are ready to get into the next level of leadership, following all of the senior leaders here as the next generation. So very excited to invest in that group of people as well. And so sort of just bringing all those experience together here. I think today we're talking at a very, very important topic. Cybersecurity, as I said, is a very near and dear topic to me. Just having planned and executed a number of initiatives in multi-million-dollar budgets, as Brian was mentioning. My first few years was just getting our budget in order and sort of coming at a point where we could do savings of up to 20-30%, and yet achieve the goals that we wanted to, and also achieve goals in the time frame that we wanted to, right? So because a lot of times what we do is we plan and we think about solutions, and then the execution is what goes awry a lot of times, and it'll sort of connect us as I bring it to our topic today. And Brian and I, and that's an exciting project we're doing, is the Think Design Cyber. I would say the phrase that you're seeing above his head right now as his virtual background, very excited to bring that. He is the first person in this world to apply design thinking in the context of systems thinking to cybersecurity, and how that has become so critical, especially in the last year, 2 years. It's become so evident that cyber sort of crosses that boundary over from being purely internet, purely network driven into the physical world. And especially now with all of what we call is, I say tech that has arrived, I don't call it emerging tech anymore. But where that brings us a lot of opportunities. And I mean, you call it blockchain, digital twins, any other technology that's commonplace here today and working, AI, ML, how that's created so many opportunities, and yet from a cyber standpoint, it's exacerbated. And another point we'd like to touch upon today would be how, not just advancing cybersecurity, but how it can fix cybersecurity as a discipline itself. Brian alludes to that a lot of times, and just, the questions behind the questions, getting down to that point, and what are we really solving for here? And I think I'm very excited about the digital twins concept, because I mean, for me, I'm a Marvel fan. So, coming up with a virtual representation of anything is very, very exciting to see and play with. And so I'm very excited to hear and work with around digital twins, just to see how it can help the cyber community. And secondly, how do we, advance digital twins applications across industries and in, private public sector, anywhere you want to apply it, but also make sure it's secure. And that's not another way that you are now inviting adversaries in, sort of in a very holistic manner. And with that, I will turn it over to Boj. Thank you.
Hey everyone. Hi. So happy to be with you all. My name is Boj Rajan. I represent the insurance industry in this particular panel. I've been in the insurance industry for almost 3 decades now. Currently, I specialize in the renewable energy space. This particular topic of cyber security and cyber liability is a very interesting thing, because insurance generally comes in as a risk transfer mechanism. The insurance product, whenever we talk about, comes in later after things have gone wrong. This is one particular area where the insurers have been very proactive. So I'm very happy to see the word insurance coming after risk mitigation, because this is one industry where the insurers have started investing time on pre-breach itself, because the extent of loss is now not in thousands or millions of dollars. It has started going to even billions of dollars, the potential losses. So the role the insurance is playing here, while the business is one of the fastest growing in the line of business today in cyber insurance. The biggest challenge here is this particular most important product is either not sold with the particular intention to cover the losses, or the insurance companies themselves are not yet prepared. So there is the development that we are seeing here is that on one side we are seeing niche insurance companies coming in, trying to understand, work with cybersecurity experts, help in designing insurance products. And we also see very proactive engagement in the post-breach sessions also. This is an interesting development. But whenever we talk about cyber security breach and insurance, we all often associate it with the typical news that we come across, the breach of financial data or the financial losses that comes in by compromise of the network and information we talk about. But today, I think that the attention is more towards a cyber breach on critical infrastructures. Now, control over the SCADA or the industrial control systems are not just about stealing data. It is about creating disruption which can cause property damage, injury to injury or death to people. So this is something which is not being visualized. Today, there was a research report from the Lloyd's market which said that a potential breach to the current power grid in US can have an economic and insurance impact running up to even $250 billion. Indications of that have been seen in the recent past. So we are talking about huge losses coming in, and there is a good amount of, I would say, proactive approach that is being taken by the industry as well. This is one place where we come across more interaction with experts, whether it is digital twin or otherwise. Insurance companies are not geared up or they don't understand this particular field so well. So experts play a very important role. This is one industry where the experts are being brought in, both at the design stage as well as in the claims management side. So I'm quite happy to be around here, and as we go around, we'll spend more time on how insurance can step in and be a shock absorber and also play a proactive role, not just in the risk transfer, but also in the risk mitigation area. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I pick up the ball, Boj. Thank you so much. And I think thanks all three of you, Brian, Prachi, and Boj, setting up the context, because I think it's I would rather focus on the solution part of both the cybersecurity and the insurance part, because I come with a digital twin pitch towards solving a problem, because these are problems which are real. Just to give you a background, my name is Murli Srinivas, located out of Munich, Germany. I work for a one of the largest service provider called Atos, who is also largely owned by Siemens. I mean, I'm coming from ex-Siemens, so I know the energy industry very well. Over the last 3 years, we have at Atos invested close to around 15 million euros in the area of digital twin in the energy sector. And when we say digital twin, it is all about solving business issues. It's not about technology, right? So in technology, there are so many diverse technologies around available. I mean, whether it is simple monitoring out of SCADA systems, it could be AI, machine learning, it could be monetizing the IT data, which is all over the place in SAP systems and so on and so forth. It could also be, I mean, the latest, it could also be at the edge. For example, a lot of assets are in the field, and there is a lot of data actually on the edge, which is being stored and managed. So there is an inherent problem when you look at, say, cybersecurity as a topic. So you were talking about IT data. We are talking about OT data, which is the IoT data or SCADA data, and not to underestimate the importance of the semantic knowledge, the soft knowledge, which the people have, and the enterprises actually value these more than any other data. So managing these three data threads in context of security is absolutely important. And obviously this has a big effect on the insurance part. I'll come to that as a second piece. On one side, we are dealing with all these kind of data. The other part is, in an energy industry, we are looking at multiple stakeholders. We are starting from the investor, which is the IPP, and then going to the OEM, then going to an EPC, operation and maintenance, and then obviously the insurance and the financial company. So you're talking about a lot of data getting aggregated inside, because all of them actually have been working in silos. And as part of digital twin, this data platform is actually aggregating all the information into a way that can be monetized. I think I heard one of the other sessions earlier where we're talking about importance of data and so on. And now we are talking about the importance of the security of this data, because it's not about the monetizing of the data, but the security of the data. I'll just add one more dimension to this, and this is something which we have. In fact, we have. I'm a joint IP holder of this platform, which we have developed on for digital twin. We're talking about digital twin on the edge. I mean, what exactly is this whole digital twin about? I mean, the digital twin is, as Prachi mentioned, it's basically exciting area where you actually have a digital replica or a virtual replica of anything physical, right? And this could be, this can be an asset. This could also be a model which actually represents a cyber meta model, something like that, which you can simulate. You can do a what if analysis on every aspect of the security, which actually gets associated to IT data, OT data, and semantic data. And that brings the complexity to the next level, because now you're talking about deploying these digital twin at the edge. When I say edge, it is a wind turbine which is located somewhere in nowhere. I mean, on top of a hill or in a village or somewhere, and you are now putting data on the edge in an area which is unprotected, and you expect it to act automatically. And now you're exposing the whole Pandora box basically to host of solutions or host of problems which needs a very valid solution. And if you probably, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you from the US, and there have been so many Hollywood movies which actually come out, which talk about the risk of the whole city or a country completely going into peril when we're talking about attacks on these energy systems. And that's where digital twin comes as, let's call it a savior, where you are able to simulate every possible opportunity. I'm sure there will be some opportunities and some scenarios which cannot be simulated, but you just need to be ahead of the curve, because the people who are actually going to do the cyber attacks are thinking, right? And you just need to try to think the way they think and try to simulate it and mitigate it. And that's where the whole solution comes together. Just the last piece about insurance, right? The insurance is a very critical part here, because the OEMs produce really expensive turbines or really expensive transmission and distribution equipment and so on and so forth. The insurance of these, the importance of the insurance for these actually are more important than ever, because there is a huge amount of liabilities behind it. There's a huge amount of impact. A company can completely get shut down overnight if there is something really bad happens on these. And all of these can be mitigated, including the security to the data which is there, the people data, the commercial data, the IT data, OT data, and the most important, the knowledge of the company, the IP which the company carries. All of that needs to be protected, and with simulation of digital twins using convergence of IT, OT, and ST. I'm sure most of you would have heard about IIoT or Industry 4.0. It's all about convergence of IT and OT data together with semantic data. And unless we are able to do a what-if analysis, and Brian mentioned that very well, a what-if analysis can come using this design thinking approach, which he articulated very well. And basically, I'm looking at some really exciting questions and thoughts from this elite group which is there, and really trying to provoke this, because how can you simulate every scenario when it comes to security aspects on the edge, on the IT data, on the OT data, and on the commercial data? And with that, I would just open up for Brian, if you want to take it up, and then a concluding note before you can open up for questions and probably respond to them.
Right.
Only I would just like to add something.
Go for it, Boj.
Sure.
Yeah. So as Murli was highlighting, we now put data everywhere. We put it at the top of a mountain, on a windmill, or we put deep inside in a thermal plant, or everywhere. And we insurance guys, most of the time we don't understand the technology, but we have to step in when things go wrong. So this is therefore becoming a very interesting space. In fact, I was quite surprised a few years back when I first met Murli, and he told me about how intelligent these windmills are, that they actually can predict their failure. So for an insurance man, this was nothing but it was like a blessing. So when I talked to an underwriter on this, the first thing he said is, if I can know it's going to fail, why will I insure it in the first place? So then I understood there is a huge disconnect between what the benefit can come from this data and how the industry is going to react. So it in fact has taken me almost 3 years to bring it to the level for the underwriter to say, if you can predict it, you can be more profitable. So instead of saying that if I predict it, why should I actually do that business? I'm seeing a qualitative change where people are seeing. So today we are seeing the word insurance moving from word insurance, which is more reactive, to assurance, which is more proactive. And this is, to me, to a limited level, has been more because of the digital twin and its benefits. I have seen more from a renewable energy space. And I'm sure this would be the benefit which people can derive in every segment of insurance in the industry space, whether it is on the energy side or any other critical infrastructure side.
Great.
Can I jump in here as well? This is like very quickly becoming my favorite session so far, but there are 6 more to follow, so I would hold that back. But I just shared about, and you'll see me in the chat function because I have so much to say, the creative destruction of the economy, right? And how industries transform or give ways to the old, they give way to the new. And the other thing I'm reminded of, and I'll share the link here, is also Michael Lewis's book called The Fifth Risk that he wrote right after the last president was elected. And the fifth risk, sorry for, kind of sharing the secret here, is that of project management, right? He talked about this entire portfolio of risks that governments run, particularly the US government runs, being sort of a superpower in the world. And it's so fascinating because it keeps coming back to me as I learn more and more about these industries, whether it's cyber or insurance, and how do you measure risk. The other thing I was going to mention was around this whole series of conversations and our, in fact, entire working group we've been running for 1.5 years on anti-fragility, which has very much culminated into risk assessment, management, and mitigation. How do you proactively build for systems that can eventually break? I think rather than taking for granted the stability, the relative stability in digital technologies that we've been experiencing. So we put a whole bunch of papers out around how the pandemic is not, in fact, a black swan event, an unknown, but in fact, a gray rhino, a known unknown. We knew something like that was going to happen, but we simply didn't know when. And, we were even prepared to some degree, but it's just that element, Brian, what you initially started with, the human aspect. And, I'm a huge fan of behavioral economics. And this is not to blow my own trumpet, but I am proud to say that I wrote the first paper on behavioral economics applied to token valuation. And I just think the field of cognitive sciences have transformed entire just the way we do science, whether it's natural sciences or social sciences. And I think that's really something that I'm taking away from this session as well, how that's making us rethink a lot of industries, and in this particular case, cyber and insurance being the 2 big buckets that I see. So I'll pause here. Super exciting. I'll share some links down here and would love to hear other perspectives.
Just a couple
of try to
comments.
Mike, can you hold on a second? Let me just try to get a few things together here before we go in too many directions, and then we can go in all over the world. But some of the things that have been said already is that, Navroop mentioned the creative destruction, right? And so the need to destroy before you can create is not only from Joseph Schumpeter in economics, but it's also a key thing in design thinking, that we need to get behind what's going on. We need to revisit our assumption and see what's going on. And something that Murali and Boj, that you both mentioned, was this notion of looking at the system, right? So Boj, when you talked about the sensors for predictive analytics in the windmills, and hopefully one of my graduate students went on and did that, but that's where we get some of that ability to come out. But we need to then look at things in the context of a system. All right, so this takes us back to people like Shewhart and Deming and Russell Aikoff, where just the greats of systems understanding to see how the whole system actually works.
Right.
And that's something that Murali is very important. I'll come back to in a minute, but first I'm going to go to Prachi to talk about the notion of digital twins, because in cybersecurity, so often people don't understand how it works. I mean, systems thinking in cybersecurity got jettisoned about 15 years ago. and replaced with, you know, financial auditing methods. But the methods that we use for all the rest of IT, like ensuring uptime in networks, got thrown out of cybersecurity. And the digital twin process actually helps people understand how the system works. But before we go there, let me go to Prachi, because in order to appreciate, in order to see that, you need people with different perspectives that have to come together and have all those things. Just like Bose, you talked about the engineer and what you got educated on. You needed people with different perspectives, industry disciplines, and backgrounds. And Prachi, you've done a lot of work in diverse, high-performing teams. So Prachi, if you could talk a little bit about that, and then kick it back over to Murli around how systems can help us overcome this discipline problem in cyber that systems thinking has gotten thrown out in the last 15 years or so. That would be fantastic. And then Bose, back to you.
Absolutely. I mean, I think all four of you sort of mentioned my favorite topics. Navroop brought up my biggest pain point, the risk around execution and project and portfolio management, some things that we've done, people handle millions and billions of dollars. And I heard the word risk assessments, just heard the word around, you know, what does that collation of, you know, 3 type of points, Murli, that you mentioned, and Boj, your thing around, you know, how do we protect how do we put that wrapper around it? And there's just look at us here right now in this roundtable where we're multidisciplinary, right? And then we're coming here together, really reframing the problem. I always say, reframe the problem, put this box, call it a box, and then think outside the box, right? And if you were to visualize it, I don't have a whiteboard today, but most days I do. And you know, this aspect of, you know, what we're touching upon in our Think Design Cyber course that Brian is about to put out very soon, is this concept of bringing people from different disciplines and then learning how to interact and talk to each other, right? What does this mean to actually come up with a solution that is, you know, may or may not be consensus driven, but a debate driven, you know, conversation as well, where sort of perspectives are involved, you're working together, and the ability to communicate that message, right? A lot of times the failure of project management and the failure of risk assessments, I also feel, is the concept of specialists trying to talk a language to the business and the people who actually handle the money and unable to speak that language. Part of what I do as my executive coaching also is for specialists to sort of veer into and say, when I go talk to the board, what do I really tell them, right? What does enterprise risk truly looks like, right? And what does it mean in terms of financial risk versus operational risk, right? And how do those two melt together? When you start bubbling things up and you have 5 minutes to present in front of a board and tell them if you're in a good shape or not, that really poses problems. And when I talk about diverse high-performing team, it's around cyber in general as a discipline. It's very hard because they're specialists and they're extremely well-educated, qualified, experienced specialists across different fields, you know, trying to work together. So obviously there's a lot of challenge, and, you know, much like every other field, as I experienced from my management consulting days, everybody, you know, sort of positions their agenda in a more sort of self-serving manner, if I may. I mean, I'm taking the liberty of being pretty direct here. But again, how do you put that aside and bring together and actually learn how to speak and understand each other's language, and then come up and, you know, we talk about this concept of crafting your product and message with speed. Brian is covering that as part of a module there. But how do you do that in a way that is then really acceptable and even understandable by the people who sign off on the money or sign off on the execution or say things like that, right? So those are sort of the real things that we're dealing with here, especially around cybersecurity. And now that things have become so evident, where money is flowing in, you need good project management. I wouldn't just call it project management, it's totally across your portfolio. How are you managing that bucket of money? And do I really need to spend 300 million each year, right? What can I achieve, you know, in that manner? Just throwing money at something, and I love it. I'll obviously never say no to an increased budget, but you know, what really makes sense to do, and that really means you're taking money from somebody else's budget. It could be driving sales, it could be driving profit, right? And that's sort of where the contention starts to happen, where you want to partner with the business folks, and they're not listening or they're not hearing your language. And with that, I'll hand it off back to you.
Murli, over to you.
Yes. Sure. I think that was a great point. I think that gives me already a lot of material to kind of get my thinking going.
I've got more, Murli.
Thank you. I mean, this aspect about business, because whenever it comes to security, cyber security, I think Brian also mentioned the same. Most people look towards the IT guys, right? It is not only about IT. IT is just one part of the whole. So let's call it a cogwheel, basically, which can solve it. It is the business who has the biggest challenge, and I'll give you an example. Right? Usually, a wind farm has a effective life of about 25 years. Usually, a 10-year period is something which is a standard one, where you have the OEM having his warranties. That means they manage these wind farms. It could be for hydro plant, it could be for thermal plant. There is a certain warranty period where the OEM is very protective about the equipment. As soon as the 10-year period is over, the operator doesn't want to pay top dollars to give it to the OEM back for operation and maintenance. He normally hands it over to an independent service provider. And that's where the problem comes. The independent service provider need to do a very, very meticulous due diligence in all aspects, including the security part. Because anything which happens on these assets after the takeover directly impacts the operation and maintenance company. And usually these operation maintenance company are not cash-rich company. Their margins are razor thin. And what part of the security do these guys need to ensure that they have it under control is a nightmare. If I can step into the shoes of a operation maintenance guy. I mean, you can always miss one area or the other, and then the insurance company, and Boj, I'm looking at you, you will say, oh, that was not taken care of. Sorry, insurance cannot be paid. You are liable for that amount of damages. And that's where the challenge is. So it's a business guy which is getting affected because the IT guys doesn't know all the aspects of what part of security doesn't need to be taken. And that is where I am coming back to say, there needs to be tool sets, there needs to be accelerator, there needs to be enough ammunitions. And I'm talking about the digital twin kind of ammunitions, where you are able to simulate it, because no human is able to keep all of that in his mind. And I'm coming to Navroop's point, and this knowledge cannot be physically like in any single person's head. And that's where the cognitive part comes. You need to document, you need to save this knowledge as an enterprise to be able to make a repeatable. You cannot expect, I'm just giving an example, a general, I mean, GE turbine or a Siemens turbine or Enercon turbine, you cannot expect everyone to be an expert on all these turbines. You need a non-expert also to be able to deal with the problems, which means you need to industrialize the cognitive knowledge in terms of knowledge graphs, in terms of semantics, which can be queried, which can be leveraged, which can be put into an automation so that it can do overnight or a weekly audit on all the assets automatically. And that's where the digital twin comes, because I don't think it's humanly possible to take care of every use case, every aspect of it, and then do it repeatedly day over day over. It is like software management or firmware management. You have to do a regressive cyber security and security check on all these assets, all the IT, OT, and semantic systems, so that you are safe as far as legal implications of breaching any of these is concerned. All right.
Thanks, Murli.
Go ahead, Brian.
Prachi, quickly, and then we're going to jump to Boj and 3 other people online.
Okay. No, Murli, I think you brought up a great point. What I get really excited about digital twin, there's another concept of chaos engineering that actually introduces disruptions in your live systems, right? And then you sort of pray and hope if things break, then you're able to fix it. And that's sort of how you retrace back, right? And for me, digital twin is sort of that replica. I can create and play with it.
Absolutely.
You know, not disturbing. Something in software engineering terms, they used to call that parallel, implementations, right? Your production system put over until you just create a replica, and it's sort of on that. But yeah, that's what excites me about the digital, definitely about the digital twin, that you're able to do so many other things, outside versus the chaos engineering and any other kind of resiliency efforts that you would test otherwise.
Sure.
Okay, so now we go to Boj, and then Boj after you, Mike, And Lisa Kwasi Sri.
Yeah, see, what I want to actually say something around the cyber security is this. The word cybersecurity, when we talk about in the context of, say, the traditional or the more particular IT services, IT enabled, I as an insurance man, I feel they're a bit robust. Often there is a letdown only in the form of the use and reliance on operational technologies in the form of SCADA or industrial control systems. Because these are the industries which are yet to understand the magnitude of the cyber risk they are exposed to. Because as an insurance man, I find that the level of cyber awareness, cyber security being investment that is going into IT and IT-enabled services industries is much high. But it is more the critical infrastructures like electricity, water, and a whole lot of things where I feel that the cyber security awareness is less. In fact, a few years back, I remember when I was talking to one of the IPP, when I was advising him about a cyber policy, especially about, because the more I knew about SCADA and its control, I suggested this. But they felt that no, sir, these systems are robust, we won't happen. But down the line, a year, we had a situation where this SCADA was under control, taken over by a hacker, and they had to pay some ransom to get the entire system released from the hacker. Now, why does this happen is because I feel the word cyber security is getting more attached towards the technology-oriented parts and not more on the critical infrastructure parts. I think that is one area where the focus has to happen. And that's where I think the insurance companies are also focusing now.
Yeah. Okay, now we go over to Mike.
Yes, greetings. I think there's just one little piece that's missing from this discussion so far, that, you know, when you talk about the actuarial calculation, the insurance mathematics of risk, there are different kinds of risk that we really need to strictly differentiate. You've got, say, like a car insurance risk. You don't know if a certain car owner is going to have an accident, but it's very easy to calculate what the likelihood of an accident and the severity of the accident is. Car insurance is, I mean, that's why car insurance is now, it's strictly a commodity. It's just, you know, sold by price alone, right? Then you have life insurance. Now, you can be pretty sure that the person who has taken out life insurance is going to die sometime. I mean, come on. You just don't know when, right? So you have the question of if, and then the question of when. And then, and this is where it becomes extremely interesting, you have cases like terrorism or cybersecurity, where you have very creative, malicious actors. And these are areas that require, I mean, you need a tremendous amount of intelligence. You need to be on the ball 24/7. You need to collect data, and you're still still basically you know, playing a guessing game somewhere. You know, so I mean, I think it's important to differentiate between these things. The other thing I'd like to draw emphasis to is that the insurance industry altogether is entering a new phase. The insurance industry, basically, what do you need to be a, you know, first-rate insurer? You need, of course, you need lots of money. And you need lots of data. Who has lots of money and lots of data? Not the insurance companies. Google, Facebook, Amazon. So I mean, this is where the insurance industry is, the imperative in the insurance industry is to reinvent the role and to use that time-honored traditional expertise toward, and this is me talking, this is my personal view, toward prevention. And, risk mitigation. These guys have a lot to say. One of the companies I've been working with for many decades, the Munich Re, world's largest reinsurance company, is one of the first big guns to come in and weigh in on climate change. The former CEO, Nicolas von Bammert, he was invited to every significant climate conference. So I mean, these are companies that have a significant voice. They have to step up to the plate. They have to, grow up, put on their grown-up pants, and play a real role in the world economy and the discourse. And I think to secure their relevance in decades to come, because money and data, come on, they're no longer the champions there. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mike. Over to Elisa.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Actually, I want to touch on Prachi's point around cybersecurity and the way we integrate it in middle management and potentially upper management. We were actually just, I was part of a different panel, and we were touching on exactly the same issue. China is graduating at 1 million kids with cybersecurity degrees. We do 10,000 in the US a year. So where do we really go around plugging the holes? Because at this point, we can't really innovate until we at least plug the holes. And so one of the conversations has been around reciprocal mentorship. The kids, they need mentorship from organization and leaders to be able to figure out where they're coming from and where they're going, and potentially getting to them as early as middle school. But then, actually the leaders themselves, especially in management roles, have not really been educated on the necessity of investing in cybersecurity and learning about it. So potentially almost like this reversal of roles would come in handy in terms of making sure the middle management, who is the one stuck plugging the holes because the upper leadership doesn't know and appreciate the issue, and the younger kids don't really know what they can do. So that's
education is the foundation of the system. We're teaching our college kids to become good technicians and coding programmers. We're not teaching them to be innovators and leaders right now. You teach them how to get a network analyst job. You're not teaching them how to be a CISO.
Exactly.
That's the big gap right now in our education thing. Yeah, if any other country has an advantage, then that's it is what it is.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and Kwasi.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. So I'll start off with a little brief introduction. I'm part of an angel investing company. So over the last few years, we have been investing in these emerging technologies. And if you notice up on top, those are the technology areas that we focus in on. And to simplify stuff, I'd say it A, B, C. So A is for artificial intelligence, B is for big data, and within the parentheses, I also have blockchain within it, and C is for cloud and cybersecurity. So if any company does not have the right profile in when they approach cybersecurity, that's a company that we don't invest in. So that's out of the gate. So with saying that, what I would say is everybody read up one book. There's a book on Amazon that you can find out called Sandworm. And it's if you're dealing anything to do with cybersecurity, that's one thing that I would suggest reading. And to say why, in the mid 80s, I got into working with the DoDs into B1 and C2 level security systems. And later on, I went to work for Microsoft, and I developed Microsoft's federal security program, which today is the reality of the global cybersecurity offerings. So one of the key things that I want to mention over here is, TCP/IP, which is what the entire internet is built upon, was never designed with security in mind, right? So until TCP/IP v6, it was, IPsec was an add-on to TCP/IP v4. I'm just trying to get a little bit technical so that everybody has an understand how big this issue is. The reason why I'm mentioning this is back in 2000, we got a call while I was at Microsoft from our defense guys to come in and say, hey, what is Microsoft doing around security programs? And I'm sure that you all have heard about how Bill Gates basically stopped all development within the Windows team for 5,000 developers for 3 to 6 months period, to basically start educating the software developer on how to develop secure software, right? So that's something that it took us 18 months to basically get to that point where Bill basically decided that, this is what we want to do this. And why I'm saying this is that, security at any given time is not a simple factor, right? And over the last few months, I'm sure that we all have seen what has happened in the energy industry, even in the US. Today, based on the sandworm book, I would say that we are actually in effect in the middle of World War V. You can ask me later on what happened to 3 and 4 over a drink when we get together, but I can tell you that we actually, in reality, are in World War V. When it comes down to a cyber war, and for us, what do we do with the average people, right? So I suggest that first thing that I suggest is that make sure that you know your endpoints, because over the last 10 years, I'm sure that we all have migrated over to the cloud in some level, shape, or form. And if we have done that, we need to understand what are the devices that, when I say endpoints, it's not only just our mobile phones and tablets that we are connecting to the infrastructure, it's also the PLC-based SCADA systems that may be tied to our automation, whether it's our factories, whether it's our office premises and whatnot, even in the data centers too. So in a way, we need to make sure that we have an idea of what these endpoints are within our corporate network, number one. And then the other second part that I would suggest is work closely with your CISO and to make sure that he or she can provide the guidance to enable automation. AI-enabled automation is a key for any organization to win this war that we have in front of us, right? And I'll blatantly say that we're in the middle of a war. And if you don't think of it, it's not a war. The insurance is going to end up reflecting in the very near future. So what I would suggest is that the skill resources that is required specifically in this space is rare, and this is a very, very, to find the right resources, you cannot. So work with your partner in the IT deployments infrastructure that you have, on the vendor side, and then automate this piece, because without automation, we are not going to be able to do this. So with that, I'll just rest my case. And to say, remember the ABC, I will say ABBC, artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud and cybersecurity, because without these, I don't think we're in some serious issues right now.
Thank you very much for giving us our ABC. So we're at the basics. Sri, let's go to you for our last comment. And I should again shout you out for helping put all this together. So thank you very much.
Sure, thanks, Brian. So I would like to come in with a different perspective. I think there's been a lot of discussion on cybersecurity and digital twins, but I think it's also important to focus on how we can leverage the different digital technologies together. For example, there's a lot of potential for leveraging AI, like the previous speaker said, and digital twins. And because, the combination of these two can be used to predict the accuracy of, events, could be weather-related disasters. For example, last year, and even in the recent weeks, we had these wildfire episodes on the West Coast. Right? And these wildfire episodes on the West Coast, we know that drove PG&E into bankruptcy, right? So, but the challenge to this, and I think Boj mentioned about challenges in the insurance sector that prevents the adoption of digital technologies. But I think the challenge here is not just it's just not about the insurance sector. It's also about institutionalizing the cooperation between, for example, in the case of the weather-related services, let's say fire department and the insurance companies. Right now, there's a lack of flow of information from different services, such as fire services, to the insurance companies, and that is making it a challenge for the power of AI and blockchain to predict these natural disasters with a fair amount of accuracy. So, I think my point is, the larger point is, we need to look at the changes in the insurance sector, but I think we need to look beyond changes in the insurance sector, we need to look at building cooperative framework or institutionalizing the cooperative agreements between different stakeholders, so that the power of different digital technologies are not just digital twins in silo or any other technology in silo, but the combined power of these technologies can be leveraged.
Thank you very much, Sri. And let me just go back to
a point. Thanks, Sri. For the audience, I think you might be interested if you can follow. We actually together with Sri putting together a white paper around this area. So if that's something which is interesting, you probably would want to follow that.
Great. So Murli, I was just going to go to you and then Boj and then Prachi for any closing comments. We're at time, but Navroop has kindly allowed us another 5 minutes because we're so interactive here. Or,
can I add
2.5?
Yeah.
We got to wrap up. Murli, go for it.
Okay. No, I think a concluding remark. I think we have all the, let's call it, ingredients to create a great recipe, because we have all the technologies, everything in place, except we just need to connect the dots. And that's something which I would imagine something like a digital twin can actually do together to bring AI, machine learning, the SCADA data, the IT data, OT data, the cognitive data. Adding to that, the complete security framework on top of it is something which we definitely will see in the next 4 to 5 years in the energy industry.
Okay, Boj, over to you.
Boj or Prachi?
So I feel that there is so much of data now available across. Insurance industries are yet to leverage on this. Maybe a sort of an interface is required. These data are not being used for any innovation at all. We are only reacting to it because many a times it is withheld as proprietary, or it is only reactive data that is provided. So I feel the opportunity is quite huge. I'm sure the paper that we are bringing in on this subject will touch upon all these things. And I'm sure in a realistic way, some products of innovations can emanate from that exercise.
Thank you very much, sir. And over to Prachi.
Again, delighted to be here. I just want to close this with a recap, just saying, digital twin in and of itself, massive opportunity, not only to advance, just the energy sector overall everywhere, hugely advantageous to cybersecurity as a field, and separately just securing digital twins in as we're spinning up those instances, if I may, to make sure all that data that is now replicated in the digital twin images are protected as well. So sort of a twofold approach to solving that from a cyber risk standpoint. And again, lovely to see you all. Thank you.
All right, so I just want to close by emphasizing again, we need to ask questions to get underneath the skin of this problem that cybersecurity has as a discipline. So much of what we discussed here is about systems, and that digital twin, by helping us going through the exercise of looking at what a system like energy does, helps us realize how much we really don't know, have not documented about the energy grid or anything else. So it's a huge potential contribution. And then thirdly, to make this much easier, this is where we bring in the design thinking component, which is so imbued within the Digital Economist in so many places. So thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much to our participants. Thank you, Quasi, for putting their comment into the chat, and hope to follow up with you, and that we can make a difference here on tackling this global problem that is a threat to all of us wherever we are. Thank you so much. Navroop, back to you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. What a wonderful and engaging. I have no expertise on this, but I thought I just super care about this, and Ryan and of course the other hosts, Prachi, Murli, Boj, and seeding the conversation in such an engaging way. And I think cybersecurity is suddenly a lot more attractive. So thanks for that. And we have our final roundtable for today, and time just flew by, and I know we have all the hosts in the room as well. So I would invite everyone to stay back for this roundtable. And of course, I'll be letting more people in, so you're gonna see newer faces as well. And with that, I'd love to welcome Martin from Yale Open Lab, as well as Open Earth Foundation, Jill Finlayson, who's joining us from University of California, and Tracy from the World Bank, Tracy Lane, and Patsy from the Association of Junior Leagues International. So over to you, Martin. I believe that was kind of the order that was suggested. And I'd love to kick this off. And please don't forget to fill out the 2-minute form we've set up for you if you want to do a follow-up conversation, or just give us feedback on rate the host. You know, you can also fill in 0 if you totally hated it, but I doubt it. So, all right, over to you, Martin, and welcome to the final roundtable of the day.
Thank you, Navroop. Thanks, everyone. What a pleasure to join you. Thanks for the fellow panelists in the roundtable. But I see that this is an extremely interactive room, and that's super exciting. I'll start with a quick intro of myself and my work. For the last 3 years after founding the Open Innovation Lab at Yale, I've been working in the intersection of digital technology, the role of open source and multiple stakeholders working on open digital infrastructure, and specifically applied to Earth level projects. My background has been initially in astrobiology, then energy system transformation and climate change. And essentially, I really like to think about big picture, and it's particularly important as we now face literally existential crisis at the planetary scale. After a lot of that work at Yale and with some collaborations at MIT, we launched the Open Earth Foundation, a nonprofit to do research and deployment, a lot of that digital work. And we work across multiple different sectors. For quite some time, we've been putting out the vision for a digitally integrated climate accounting system, one where non-state actors such as private sector, subnational governments can then be integrated into the Paris Agreement and embed new incentive designs into the digitization of our accounting and our accountability of our climate action, as well as new opportunities for introducing automations in the climate action financing space. We're also launching early next year, hopefully, our project on ocean conservation as well. So that's just a brief intro for myself. I don't know if you want to start by intros of all of the 4 of us, and then just do an introductory spiel in some source, or should we just? I
think why don't you, Martin, share a little bit more while we at your stellar background. Why don't you tell us a little bit more what's the current focus right now, as well as some of the challenges, and sort of go from that to the next roundtable host.
Sure. Well, at the moment, from the Open Earth Foundation, what we're working on is how to establish a level of global digital trust, and what are the different components for the technological infrastructure for that. But I thought it was particularly relevant, particularly this week, to share some of the questions that I still drag from the time when I was a PhD student, that I think are quite relevant for the nature of the discussions that we're having today. On Monday, the IPCC submitted their Working Group 1 report of the 6th assessment report, and conclusively, perhaps not to the surprise of the climate community, it is very clear that we're in a state of total emergency. And there's a lot of things that exude in some sense from the report, but one thing's very clear: we have to stop burning fossil fuels. And I spent several years sort of looking at what are some of the primary challenges of how do we emancipate ourselves from fossil fuels. And there's always 2 ways of looking at it. We have to tackle it from the demand side. Everyone has a role on it. And the other one is like, let's look at the supply. If we think purely at the lion's share of fossil fuel supply, we can trace over 60% of our global emissions to just 90 corporations. If we think about demand, we're looking at 7.5 billion entities that are on the demand side. And it's very important to focus on the demand, but on the supply side, there's a specific challenge that I think till today is still relevant and we've not been addressing yet, which is we have a fundamental managerial dichotomy when one has to transform a business model that it's still profitable. If we think back to the key carbon majors that are responsible in some sense of doing the upstream extraction and supply of coal, oil, and gas, most of their projections still show a profitable future well into 2060, even with an embedded shadow of carbon prices. So a lot of the work that I did at some point led me to believe that we had to change fundamental things within corporate law at the heart of capitalism. Profit maximization paradigm and history of corporate law actually produce a bit of a deadlock for companies. And it's quite relevant because it's not about, let's blame it on the carbon majors. It's something that's really deeply embedded into our system and into the last even 50 to 60 years of the evolution of corporate law. And I'm putting this out there because I still, when I did my in-depth work, is we have to change the purpose of the corporations that deal with natural resources. But that might be the vision of an idyllic PhD student. That being said, I still don't have clear answers to that. What we have been sort of proposing is, how do we create a business model transformation pathway for these companies? It's in all of our stake that they're able to transform their core business model in record time. But that leads us obviously to, is that perhaps the most important push to the end or the shift of capitalism as we know it? On the other side, that also may lead to the concept of inequality and the stemming out of the ability to appropriate value from nature and rich nations, poor nations, large companies that are to somehow monopolistic, which is something that also exposes where we're at now in a broader sense, not just in the energy world. And I would love to maybe wrap up with connecting this with where we're at now. And I would love to say that we're in a post-COVID situation. We're not. We're very much in the middle of it. And one of the key things that it exposes is the level of economic disparity and how much it affects different populations across the socioeconomic.
It's like the most expensive water on there by a country mile.
I don't think I quite understood. Chris, could you repeat your comment?
Sorry, I think that was Chris, did you mean to talk? I would suggest taking the raise the hand function just and keeping it like just 15 minutes from now, once the hosts finish talking. That's okay. That's the format we're following.
Great. No, I know I'm hopefully I'm talking about things that will spark interesting a need for interruption and thought. So it's quite okay. And in there lies in the current state of the pandemic, more and more the importance of, as we're moving into a lot more remote and digital work, problems and opportunities to deal with that disparity. The intersection of these two storylines, I think, lie into the most the best opportunity we have, which is a new economic deal for climate. Not to use already politicized names for it, but at the end of the day is, how do we tackle this fundamental environmental crisis to establish the job opportunities needed at the community scale? How do we ensure that what our integrative assessment models tell us of the amount of the trillions that need to be deployed for transformation of our energy infrastructure also represent a level of an equalization of that socioeconomic disparity by tracking that capital deployment that tends to be in abstract, sometimes synthetic financial instruments into concrete projects at the community scale and link a lot of that data together. So I know I've put quite enough out there, but hopefully that helps spark some conversations. And like I said at the beginning, I would love to get more ideas around how we deal with that corporate legal managerial dichotomy.
Great. Thank you.
Pass it on to Jill?
Yeah, whatever the order the hosts have decided, we're just intervening on the logistics. It's your stage.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, which I know isn't typical for this conversation, but wanted to put some information out there specifically about what Martin just said around kind of this managerial dichotomy, this opportunity with remote work. And so let me share. Is it? Oh, it's not showing it in the present mode. Apologies. There we go. So yeah, my name is Jill Finlayson, and I'm the director of the Edge in Tech Initiative at the University of California. And we are focused on expanding the diversity and gender inclusion in tech. And so my lens today is going to be looking at the role equity plays in our post-pandemic economy and in sustainability. So COVID really accelerated a number of trends that were already happening, and that includes the shift to remote work. It changed how employees viewed their work. It accelerated automation, that companies are trying to keep manufacturing and distribution going without people. Thanks, Natalia. And so there have been all of these things. As we've seen, millions of women left the workforces. The impact was disproportionately felt by women and people of color, those with public-facing jobs and those carrying the weight of homes and caregiving. And work remotely fundamentally changed how employees even see themselves. They're now used to more autonomy. They value improved work-life balance. And what's been termed the Great Resignation is turning into the Great Reassessment, as people are looking for work for companies that align with their values. Nearly 40% of millennials have chosen a job because of the company's sustainability. People are looking for companies to take a bigger role in social justice issues, whether that be Me Too, Black Lives Matter, climate change, right? And so we also have to keep in mind that the old workplace didn't really work equitably for everyone. So let's take a closer look at remote work. As you've seen, oops, sorry about that. I know this is a very small microcosm of the larger environmental and sustainability issues that we're looking at, but I think you'll see there are a lot of parallels in this micro lens that can be extrapolated out to the macro lens. Transportation is the largest source of gashouse emissions, much of which comes from cars commuting and sitting in congestion. Working as little as 1 or 2 days a week can reduce the number of cars on the road, lessen congestions, result in fewer emissions, improved air quality, and less use of fossil fuels. It also means reduced power consumption, less paper usage, less plastic usage. So we can see how this is a potential win for making work more fair and equitable and the environment better. Employees are on board, especially women, people of color, LGBTQ. They want to stay with remote work. Millennials and Gen Z would even consider quitting their employment if the employers weren't flexible about remote work. And opportunities for people with disabilities are greatly increased. And there are many benefits to the employee, right? They have the opportunity starting out with less time spent in commute, saving money, an average of $4,000 a year, better productivity, and even better mental health, despite the obvious COVID stresses. Which leads me to the employer benefits, right? They're not only going to get a larger and more diverse talent pool, they're going to get a 25% lower employee turnover rate, they're going to save money, reduce their carbon footprint, and advance their progress towards CSR sustainability goals. However, like with many things, if we don't act with intentionality to promote inclusion and equity, the hybrid workplace could actually magnify inequalities. The first challenge is presenteeism bias, which can lead promotions going to in-person workers over remote, which will in effect increase the gender and racial wage gaps as women and people of color prefer to work remotely disproportionately. There are also issues of just simply access to technology. And we saw this at the university where students didn't necessarily have high-speed internet, couldn't turn their video on, right? And they often lack space to work from home. And this is especially true for people in their 20s who are, can't afford housing because housing is becoming increasingly inaccessible. And so they live in small apartments, often with shared living spaces. So work from home has really shown a light on leadership, communication, and management gaps, especially the lack of key performance indicators where oftentimes people default to seat time and those type of issues. But we can manage for this is the upside. We can manage for equality with being intentional about measuring promotions and salaries and ensuring equitable advancement for people in person versus remote, improving leadership training and supporting access to high-speed internet and co-working spaces. We need to ask who can work remotely and where they can live. Because just one other note on that prior slide, some companies are adjusting salaries based on the cost of living adjustments, depending on where employees live, which can in fact reinforce systems of oppression and income inequality. Just because you live in an area, your work is less valuable. It's a really complex issue, and it's complex interstate, not to mention internationally, but we need to have clear policies around this. And all of this, like I said, is just a microcosm of these larger issues. Automation and AI can mitigate or exacerbate bias in hiring. Gig and contract workers lack stable economy and health insurance. And these are all things that we can see above the surface, but below it, tech is changing what education and reskilling needs we need. Below the surface, the wealth gap is impacting who even has access to these education opportunities. And underlying this are the embedded systemic biases that we need to address through things like Martin said, with changing the corporate law, right? Changing the incentives. So we need a lens around environmental justice to really address the adverse effects of climate change that are disproportionately affecting different populations, which I'm speaking to the choir, so you all are familiar with. And as this is a think and do event, some of the approaches that I'd like to explore are how do we promote equity and sustainability together? So policies as guardrails. Right now, technology has changed so quickly and so rapidly that the laws have not kept up with the new guideline, with the new challenges. And we could have more incentives like ESG reporting. What is the investor's role? How can we really drive this? Then secondly, access to information, more transparency around who is playing by the good rules, being that good community member that Martin mentioned. And then how do we increase the on-ramps so that we have more people participating in the solutions, right? And I'm doing a Women in Tech Symposium in March 2022, which is going to be focused on green tech and climate change, and how do we create those job opportunities and on-ramps. So this is me, and if you're interested in any of these topics, I'm of course interested in talking with you. And I think from there, it probably would make sense to hand it off to Tracy, who can talk about engaging the private sector.
Thanks, Jill, and thanks, Navroop, for inviting me. Let me start with a brief introduction. So I'm Tracy Lane. I'm a practice manager in the governance global practice in a global unit at the World Bank, and principally working on our new GovTech approach. So the governance part of the bank is focused on how to support governments to embed digital technologies and data, what we call our GovTech approach, in their development strategy. So let me talk a little bit about that as part of the overall sort of trajectory. We know that digital economies and societies really take off when they're accompanied by digital governments. And at the same time, governments can't really do it alone. They need to engage in multi-sector consultations, multi-stakeholder approaches as the fundamental building blocks of a digital transformation. In 2019, we launched our GovTech Global Partnership, which is, let me quote, to support countries in adopting sound practices and solutions in GovTech and to ensure a broad global partnership for effective exchange and transfer of knowledge and good practice. And this GovTech emphasizes three main aspects of the sort of latest frontier of digital transformation. One is citizen-centric public services that are universally accessible. The second is the whole of government approach, not sort of standalone systems and isolated approaches across government. And the third is simple, efficient, transparent government systems. And so in all these aspects of our work, this is where we're trying to push the latest frontier. A few concrete areas and things that we're doing. We've recently launched or about to launch the GovTech Maturity Index. So looking at the underlying data and where countries are on these three aspects of this continuum. And we're noticing challenges in all areas, but in particular on universal access and using technology to engage with citizens. We're also thinking about the connections between the GovTech agenda and our green, resilient, and inclusive development agenda of the bank overall, and in particular the opportunities and the benefits that we see from GovTech in saving people time and travel. And this links back to Jill's point about transportation impacts on the environment. At the country level, we have many projects. This is technical assistance, maybe analytical work, assessment work, but also projects. In Tunisia, we have a GovTech project focusing on increased connectivity in schools, for example, and then using TA to provide online education services, new information systems for national examinations, and a platform to monitor absenteeism and student dropout. So good technology for ensuring kids stay in school. In Albania, we have a project that recently closed that was leading to digitalization of the health insurance card and getting greater access for health services. And in Jordan, we have a project on digital financial payments and on increasing digital skills, in particular for those that are harder to reach groups, youth, women, and refugees. So emerging lessons, there's no one size fits all. So one challenge is basically having to tailor make everything to country context, cultural solutions. And there's some digital, catch up that can happen, leapfrogging that can happen, but we really need to have this partnership approach where we are learning lessons faster and sharing those lessons quicker across different contexts. So some of the challenges that we face, well, first of all, in terms of this emphasis on universality and making sure citizens can access services. So making sure we don't embed a digital divide by turning governments digital, right? Because having our GovTech programs focus on what is the technology that the beneficiaries have? Is it a simple smartphone? Is it the ability to go to a citizen service center? And making sure that we tailor this in mind. The challenges are enormous. Gender is a huge issue in the less developed world. Internet access for women is only 15%, and it's only 28% for men. So this is a big challenge. And disability is another big challenge. 15% of the world people are living with disabilities. And we've just launched a report on how to design services with disability in mind. So this is another big challenge for us. And then we're seeing, increasingly for our more advanced clients, the challenges of once you get into a more digital government, using the data for machine learning and algorithms and making sure that doesn't have bias and lead to more problems. And the flip side is there's huge opportunities for using that to do better tailor-made policy making that can target beneficiaries more closely because we have more information that can be used for that. Let me end with this challenge around the multi-stakeholder approach and engaging with the private sector. Obviously, we see learning from academia, civil society, private sector as really key to being able to take this agenda forward in our context of our work. And several challenges do come up. Our standard business models don't always lend themselves, in particular, to dialogue with the private sector. We typically lend to countries. Countries borrow, they're in charge of procurement processes, and they engage the private sector in that way. If we start to have consultations or engage in co-creation activities, for example, that lead to a conflict of interest later in a procurement process, that's not good for the client, it's not good for the bank, and it's not good for the private sector either. So this is one of the challenges that we face. Let me leave it there and hand off to I think Patsy, who's going next. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Tracy. Hi, everybody. I'm Patsy Dorr. That was fantastic. Great introductions from my fellow hosts here. So coming up as the last person, a little bit of pressure, but delighted to be here. Thank you so much, Navroop and everyone. I really appreciate the time. So I'll give you a little bit of an introduction. So who am I? I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Junior Leagues International. I've been in this role for 10 months, so it's still fairly new. It is my first full-time nonprofit role. So my background and experience is in the corporate sector, primarily in investment banking, starting with talent development and then moving into diversity, equity, and inclusion over the past 20 years, as well as more broadly social impact between 4 large corporations and 3 continents, so New York, London, and Hong Kong. And I'm back in New York now. And my most recent role prior to taking this challenge on, which I'll tell you about in a minute, was being the Chief Diversity Officer at Credit Suisse, where I had been prior for a total of 11 years over the course of 2 different tours, if you will. Although this is my first nonprofit experience full-time, I have sat on and continue to sit on a number of nonprofit boards, all focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So everything that I've done in my life, personally and professionally, has really been down that path around women in leadership and diversity more broadly, and how to build an inclusive workplace, again, in the private sector and now in the nonprofit sector. So it's been very interesting. I love the topic. I love to talk about it. I'll talk to anybody about it for a very long period of time. There are a lot of challenges, but some incredible opportunities, and all of my colleagues have outlined a number of them in their presentations so far. So what is the Association of Junior Leagues International? I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Junior League and some of you may not be. It is a 100-year-old this year women's leadership organization. We are 125,000 members in 4 different countries, well, primarily US based. We have 295 junior leagues across the United States, the UK, Mexico, and Canada. Our mission is an organization of women committed to promoting volunteerism, developing the potential of women, and improving our communities through effective action and leadership of trained volunteers. So that's essentially what we're about, and which is why I took on this role. It's very much linked to all that we're all doing in the social impact space, and really lifting up women leaders all across the board and providing those opportunities to operate within our communities through volunteering, through leadership experiences, and the like. Our focus areas have primarily been around gender-based violence, decreasing gender-based violence, health issues, closing the gender gap, poverty and food insecurity, and advancing children's education. And that's a very broad brush overview. I mean, you can imagine when you have 295 junior leagues, each of which range from 50 members to 5,000 members, there's a whole host of different types of work taking place in our community. But one of our areas of focus, which I'll tell you about in just a moment, is trying to really build out that collective voice and to tell a more consistent narrative in terms of what we are doing globally in the United States, in each of our communities, and all across the board. So that's a little bit about who we are. So it's really exciting. And the reason I took on the role, frankly, and this is germane to our discussion today, is that we're in a bit of a turnaround situation. So we're 100 years old, which is fantastic, but we are in today's society, with the demographics of today's society, diversity has always been a challenge for us. And so we're really trying to change the profile of the junior league member in terms of driving diversity, equity, and inclusion across the entire association. So that's one of our primary goals, and also really to take us into the next generation, not only, of course, to Martin's point, and also to all of the points made earlier in this post-COVID world, but really to ensure that we represent the communities that we operate in. So that's one of our biggest challenges. We have identified over the past several months, as I've been building out a broader new team, if you will, and a new effort. We're also revising our mission and our vision. So we're pretty much in a constant state of change within the association, which is very exciting and challenging. But I would argue that all of us are in a constant state of change as we speak, given all that's going on in society, and certainly in many ways, very, very challenging, and in other ways, real opportunities for all of us to make an impact collectively. So I'm excited about that. In terms of our 3 goals for the association are focusing on our brand. What does our brand mean in society? Are we able to attract the leaders that we wish to all across the board? Again, getting back to diversity and inclusion. Content. So as I mentioned, I shared with you our mission. We're heavily focused on ensuring that our leadership experiences are state of the art. And that ranges from learning and development to experiences within the community, which is the word you'll have heard me now say several times, and I'll continue to say. And then the experience of the junior league member. So coming from the corporate world, and thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and in all of my previous roles, it was a build out scenario. So building out that strategy. So I have some fairly strong views on how to build out an effective DEIB strategy, which I'm happy to share at some point. But I say that to you that we're trying to look at the member experience as opposed to what I would talk about the employee experience in my past role. So that whole life cycle from attracting to developing to engaging and retaining our members, very similar to the model that we'd all be working towards in the private sector. So those are our 3 goals, focusing on brand, our content, and our experience. Our 4 focus areas are leadership development, as I mentioned, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as also mentioned, community engagement, and connecting all of the junior leagues. And I share that with you because particularly if you're not familiar with the association, and even if you are, it's essentially a federated model. And so at the association, we're trying to drive consistency and then lift up the voices of all the great work that's happening. So we, as I mentioned, we can share a common narrative and really build out our collective.
Oh, did we lose Patsy?
So that's quite exciting as we speak. And you know, speaking of those four areas, the tangible projects, if you will, that I would share with you today, in addition to diversity and the community engagement effort, is we're also redefining all of our metrics, how we define accountability in the association, both from the DEI and B perspective, but also from the social impact perspective. What is it? What does that impact look like on a collective basis, and then also individually within each of the communities and each of the individuals who are impacted by the work that we're doing? In terms of our challenges, we've got a lot, but we have a huge opportunity here, given where we are in society, to really make a difference. And I'm really excited about that. But what are some of those challenges as part of the question that we were asked today? So for us, really, our history is a challenge. It's actually what makes us so strong. And we have a great story to tell about Mary Harriman, who started the association back in 1901 in New York, actually, even though we're a global organization. But having said that, as I mentioned earlier, we have some diversity challenges in particular, because at the time when the association was established, it was really, and I'll be brutally honest, as I think those of you who I know here in the call, just a couple of you know that I am. I mean, we were known as kind of a high profile, white, privileged women's organization giving back to society. And we are changing that, as I mentioned, and that's a big part of our history, but we don't want to disrespect our history either. So this is a challenge that we all face in different ways. So that's challenge number one. Number two, it's really the change appetite of the board and the leadership of all the junior leagues, which is, you know, something I'm quite used to. I'm sure we all are as change agents, but that always takes time and patience, but we will get there. And I think we have the support that we need. And then a little bit of this power of the collective, as I keep mentioning, I'm a big believer in the power of the collective and networking and making that network work to have a collective impact. And so that's one of our big challenges too, because as an association over the years, that has dwindled. So I'm trying to bring that back. So I'm going to stop there in the interest of time, but those are our primary challenges, our goals, a little bit about me and the association, and happy to continue the dialogue from here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Patsy. I would at this point invite the participants in the roundtable to raise your hands, or if you'd like to chime in, ask any questions, or share your experiences. I am a little at loss for words because I don't really know how to follow up on this. I'm just a fangirl right now, so better somebody else take it. I have a lot to say. So I see Dr. Sindhu has raised his hand. Yeah, we'll take you next, Dr. Sindhu. Please unmute yourself and share with us what you want to.
Thank you very much. From my experience, what I've seen that in developing economies, when I've been working in India and other African countries, stakeholder capitalism degenerates into garnering profits while simultaneously doing industrial exploitation of the ESG practices. This is the normal phenomenon that is happening. And it is only because of the multiple layers in society, and such an industrial capitalism dominates the weaker tiers. And when I started with my platform, which was a composite platform, I found that a participative capitalism requires cluster of capitalism in rural areas within a composite development model with integrated ecosystem. Now, these clusters of capitalism interact and integrate with each other to create the economy of ecosystem, which is basically participatory by all the economic units of the area. Now, it is not dependent on urban capitalism. So it is basically a shift. So we are creating a rural capitalism, which is going to contribute to urban capitalism and national economy, not the flow which had been urban capitalism guiding the development of rural areas. So that becomes a regenerative capitalist model of rural economy. And to strengthen this participative capitalism in rural segments, the commodification of agriculture and corporatization of rural economy was needed. So what we created in our platform, there were 4 planks of this rural capitalism. And those were capital aggregation, capital utilization, which was by way of lending and giving all the microcredits. Third was capital replenishment. In this, we created the instrument for this replenishment, rural bonds, and I created the concept of rural exchange. And fourth was the marketplace to provide the remunerative pricing for the rural sellers of products. Now, when participative capitalism digs its root, it also lays the foundation of the stakeholder capitalism. This was absolutely, I can say, standardized there, because they could then understand the whole logic and whole concept of these ESGs, climate, and all those things. Otherwise, they are totally detached from there. So when they are involved in it and they are party to it, they understand more and they can start contributing to it. So the setting up of an integrated and interactive ecosystem displaying tenets of participative capitalism creates training for themselves, and thus they become the natural flag bearers of stakeholder capitalism. And this is the new world order, I think, that is coming up and that should emerge after this pandemic scenario.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sindhu. I think you really tied into the theme of the summit and in an overarching way, while touching upon really the complexity and the multiplicity of issues. And I think that's the wonder of these roundtables here, where everyone is an expert in the room, and I hope that partnerships and collaborations and joint work emerges from this. So we have two more folks who raised their hands. So I'm going to call upon you, and Jill, feel free to take away, or anyone else from the hosts who'd like to at any given time. I'm just here, as I said, to do the logistics, facilitate that. So I've got Devin and John, and then Geoff, who are next. And I just want to comment by saying I love that all the men are raising their hands when it comes to the roundtable on equity. I think that's so in of itself. So thank you. Over to you, Devin.
Hey, how y'all doing today? I'm Devin Vorsanger. I run Juntobot, which is a platform for creating it's a universal basic entrepreneurship platform for supporting underrepresented founders and underrepresented ecosystems. My background is in consulting. Well, I started 5 different startups, and then I went into consulting and discovered I was teaching Fortune 100 companies how to kill off Fortune 500 companies, and that wasn't quite as much fun. But one of the things that I specialized in was implementing automation into companies to help with productivity, quality control, net promoter score, so forth. I then went into academia and started a entrepreneurship program, which was a workforce development program. Most university-based, at least at the undergrad level, most university-based entrepreneurship programs are Shark Tank. They're experiential education. They're designed to help people just get a taste of innovation and entrepreneurship and team building and problem solving, and then go off and go work at Goldman Sachs. So one of the things I found with automation is that I could regularly get rid of 1,000 people with automation. And I could put in one person with automation to do 1,000 people's jobs. The only The only factor that stopped that from happening was PR and unions. That was it. Companies did not want the bad press of that. So my thought process was that if you could take those 999 people and create 100 CEOs of a small exponential organization and train the rest to be high performing operators using that automation to create for each one of them the output of 1,000 people, what could you unlock in a 10 to 20 person firm? And you see this with a lot of these different Silicon Valley startups that with 20, 30 people, they're doing the work of 100, 200 people. They're exponentially, they're increasing their productivity exponentially. Now with COVID and with the George Floyd, two things. Oh, one last point on the gender diversity. My program went from 2% female participation to 54% female participation in a year and a half. And it was simply by making it happen. It's not hard to find women entrepreneurs. It's not hard to find high performing individuals who just happen to be women. It's not hard to find teams that will work with diverse viewpoints. You just have to have that as a KPI. One of my KPIs is how good is your team to solve this problem. And if you don't have diverse viewpoints on your team, you ain't gonna get in. Unless you're selling jock straps, why would you leave 50% of the value of the customer research, the industry research, the viewpoints off the table? So, but that having been said, the SWOT analysis on this, I found, is that we have the great resignation, and we have, with that pinch in farming, in retail, in manufacturing, they're not coming back. They're not going to find more people. They're just going to put in robots. Amazon is fighting unionization tooth and nail, just long enough so they can put those robots in. Right. And then they'll be like, okay, fine. And they'll fire everybody. You know, and a lot of these organizations, the Facebooks, the Googles, the Amazons, are slow. This data gravity is leading to monopolization. The opportunity with COVID is that we've had a complete disconnect from the opiate of salary. So all these people are sitting at home being like, am I really living my best life? And if we could, and the tools have become more accessible. I could give you 10 tools to start a business, and you could do your social media, your marketing, your product creation, your customer research, all from your living room.
Right.
So the diversity and small business are both on the trend radars, and the businesses starting economic recessions are historically more successful. Exponential organizations are more successful at place-based, and analog businesses are less successful. So the whole digital disconnect has allowed people to really think about, wait, why don't I create a CPG store that is sold on Amazon? I don't need a retail store. Why don't I create a ghost kitchen? Why don't I create so forth and so on? The weakness is that when you're looking at underserved communities, because I focused on underserved communities, and I found the risk tolerance of my participants was significantly low. They don't have a pool house at their mom's house to stay in if things go bad. I had a team that created an algorithm that outpredicted Uber in terms of surge pricing for cab drivers, so that cab drivers could get to where the surges were before Uber.
Sorry, no, this is brilliant. I actually don't want you to stop, but we have two more people.
No problem.
So, and let's follow up on this. Actually, this is brilliant, and I think you would obviously find allies here, the roundtable hosts who just went before you, and so let's definitely follow up on this. I would like to invite John and Geoff to take the floor next, and just leave some time also for the host to circle back in as well. And of course, we'd like to hear from you more than once during this roundtable. So, all right, over to you, John. Thank you again, Devin. I think, John, you need to unmute yourself. Bottom left.
Wrong button. Okay. Sitting out here is, from my perspective, I think there are three areas that affect equity and diversity. One is 60% of the North American economy is privately held. You can talk to the board all you want. The corner office is going to go to the boss's kid. The second area is nepotism and cronyism at the corporate level, still rampant. Third, in government, we still have patronage appointments. So where we need to start is possibly doing a rethink of the basic fundamentals of what a company is. And that maybe we should be following a European example of sovereign wealth, where governments step in and take not control, but own or agreeable to the public. Am I still there?
Yes, John, I took the liberty of stopping your video because your audio was breaking. So that would save some bandwidth on your internet.
Okay.
Talking.
Okay. So instead of having a company, for example, like Walmart, where the family controls everything, now Walmart is entirely a national interest company, but Volkswagen is family owned. It is controlled by one family in Germany, big corporation. They decide what is right. So governments don't have to have permission to buy on the open market. You can buy Volkswagen stock, you can buy Ford stock, another family corporation. In terms of shares, you can start to enforce equity. Just say, this type of behavior is no longer acceptable. You can no longer have the country group taking over the executive jobs. The jobs have to be decided fairly and include everybody. And that has nothing to do with systems, I'm sorry, but it has it's a fundamental change in the way we think about how corporations work.
Right, thank you, John. Thanks so much. I think a lot of real talk there when you talked about nepotism. And I just want to add narcissism to that list of things, among others. So, and I think we all have had brushes with that. I do want to hand over to you, Geoff, at this point. And I know we have two other people, Sikoro and Heidi as well. So I want to make sure that there's time for everyone.
Thanks very much, Navroop. I'd just like to say a few words. And first of all, I'm really enjoying this platform. I don't think I have met people before. So just quickly, my background is I have been in the investment industry, the institutional investment industry for most of my career with firms like GE and Deutsche Bank and State Street. But since being as a teenager, I worked a lot with kids with various disabilities, including muscular dystrophy, worked on some international development projects, and have been a volunteer throughout my career. So I'm very passionate about impact investing. I'm now on my own. And I just want to make a couple of observations quickly. So I think it's quite encouraging, and there are some roadblocks in the big institutional fund management industry in terms of impact investing. But you know, the CFA Institute, Chartered Financial Analyst Institute, the global CEO recently referred to the future of finance being more through three lenses: risk, return, and impact. So with all of the urgencies that we have, and this comes back to Martin's point, I think earlier, you know, there's also some recent legal reports that are looking at fiduciary duty as it's defined in different countries, and how that's what stops asset owners from necessarily targeting impact if they think that they're not even legally allowed to. So there's proof, though, that if you can incorporate, you know, the UN SDGs and targets, and it's inherent in the strategy, then you know there's a lot more latitude for institutions to go after that. So I think all of this is encouraging, and my main points here are that, you know, if we come to a point where the big institutions will say they actually want to target impact, and that includes diversity and inclusion, equity, gender equality, et cetera. But they're going to have to, they're going to look very much for it. They're going to encourage more fund managers to put forward impact, not just ESG, but impact. And then they're going to look for it, but then the fund managers have to come up with something that is going to, be in line with delivering risk-adjusted returns. Then the game begins, because a lot of people who might join this conversation, but then when they're with their fund managers professionally, they feel that they can't do it. So very quickly, one other point is, and I'm involved a lot in different projects. For example, I'm on the board of a group called Tennis for All Uganda. They're linked to a tennis aid in 54 countries. Tennis is a sport that can promote gender equality. Girls and boys can play together. I think these platforms are incredible. There's over 1 billion people who love tennis. And I'm just using that as an example for this discussion. It could be any or many sports, but I think the collaboration to allow youth, especially in certain, certain countries where obviously cultures and demographics play a challenging role, to engage through sport, to build off of education, and then to get them into social enterprises and have more mentors globally, and potentially have a global pen pal network. I don't know about any of you, but I used to write postcards to friends around the world. Digitally, we could connect people from all sorts of countries. They grow up together, they focus on challenges. These are just a few ideas, but anyway, I look forward to connecting with any of you in the future.
Thank you. Great stuff. Love it. Sakura, you're next.
Hello, thank you. So unfortunately, I did miss the first part of that because of a conflicting meeting, but I'm so excited to be here. And I think it was more a question, kind of a combination of a question and a comment for the group, because I work at the University of California, Office of the President in Innovation Entrepreneurship. And one of our cornerstones that we've been working on for the past year has been diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there's been lots going on around just the lack of data, but also framing the issue and how these cross-sector partnerships can come together. Because I think one of the underlying issues, like the root causes, is the racial wealth divide, and looking at, okay, well, what's the role then of innovation entrepreneurship in tackling that? So, I mean, just considering that it's created by policy and piggybacking on some of the things that were already said, the role of higher education and the public sector, because the University of California is a public university, in investing in those pipelines, investing in building the networks, and really thinking about the larger role of the public sector in funding these programs and regional investment. And I mean, I don't know if everyone's familiar, but I know just for, the racial wealth divide is huge as far as Black people take 200 years to catch up. So it was created by policy. Intense intervention is needed immediately, just exacerbated by COVID. And really thinking about how the innovation pipeline isn't just to, let's say, diversify for the sake of diversity's sake. It's really about finding ways to tackle these problems, because who you are determines the questions you ask, the answers that you get. And I think it would shift the focus to how we can solve these sort of problems that disproportionately affect underrepresented groups, such as food, housing, clean water. I don't know if anyone saw the article in Guardian about 4 years ago. There was hookworm in Mississippi. That's kind of the extreme poverty that Black people are living in. And I think it really falls off the radar to think about, okay, well, how can innovation do these things that we think of as kind of separate sort of infrastructure and development? And what is the role of universities to do that? Because I think what the center of us is, of course, there's the collaboration with investors, that's always huge, in philanthropy, but what about the public good? What is the investments that's necessary and should be expected for the public good to solve these, to have the social impact? So I'd be interested to know what others have to say about that. And I think that's a big question that we're working on, at UC-INE.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Amazing. Heidi?
All this, a lot of my favorite topics coming up. All this whole day has been spectacular. I just want to say, really spectacular. And just on the, I wasn't going to bring this up right now in the deeper dive, but there's a lot around unleashing youth innovation to address, kind of creating the future of capitalism in their communities and addressing the SDGs. A lot of research, a lot of findings through my nonprofit Dream Tank that learned a lot about how to motivate Gen Z to actually create impact and not feel so disconnected. And I think it is part of the broader kind of question or comment, is that I feel like a lot of times, you know, we talk about things that we can't always see in society because a lot of us here are futurists, systems thinkers. And I also noticed that, you know, when I've been traveling or going to stores everywhere, is that I started to notice different chinks in society, the way society is actually running, and the lack of people working in retail stores, or the lack of people working in the airports, and then I notice all the comments people make about it. Well, you know, especially going back to New Jersey, everybody's just like, well, they just don't want to work. And it's like, it's such a complex conversation, right? And that's obviously not true. It's that people are finding different values. Like Jill's report was excellent on that. My comment and point is that because there's a lot of economists here and people in these different sectors, I noticed, you know, our society is set up in a lot of ways for these 8-hour-day jobs, right? And so when we change that, which we should, right, to meet what workers need and what people need, how does pieces of society start breaking down, and how can we think ahead to address that? Because, you know, people don't want to go and work at Best Buy. I was waiting in line at Best Buy for a really long time with my father in New Jersey for a specific thing. There was nobody there. And so you know, being also somebody we're living in society and wanting things to change, noticing how the day-to-day life that we've kind of, in this country anyway, taken for granted, and how easy everything is to access. How do we shift our mindset and not just be like frustrated by that and say, this is what we need to do instead, and point out those inconsistencies in our day-to-day life where we see something that is ripe for innovation.
Right. I think you're referring to existential moments. I was just chatting with someone yesterday on how a situation is called Kafkaesque, right? In after Frank Kafka's work on existentialism. But I know we are at time, and everybody's comments and contributions have been absolutely brilliant. And we got 4 minutes. So if all the hosts could just go one after the other, 1 minute each, I think we'll call it a day. And we have a full day tomorrow of roundtables as well, which I will warmly invite all of you on behalf of the team to join as well. So again, I think over to you, you know, Jill, Martin, Patsy, and Tracy, whoever would like to go first.
I guess I can jump in. I want to echo, you know, certainly Socorro and a number of people have brought up the need for making the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem more equitable and inclusive. Overarching all of this, we're entering a very messy period of time, because when it was all remote or when it was all in the office, rules were a little bit easier, but we have to understand that we're entering a different time and we shouldn't back away from it. We should embrace it, and we should measure and make sure that we're doing it fairly and equitably.
I wanted to chime in with some opportunities that connected in my head as I was listening to the other also co-hosts. I particularly talking about remote work, GovTech, and women volunteering and leadership. A couple of years ago, we started the concept of a collaborative hackathon around climate, and the group joined us one time. And in the process of that, connected with a group called Hack for LA, which is part of Code for America. And I was fascinated to see the power of remote civic tech workers, particularly with a strong role for women in the group, largely thanks to the leader of Hack for LA. And I think that also shows a bit of an opportunity, because they're strictly focused on GovTech, and it's just to me just connected a little bit what everyone was discussing, and how do we scale the collaborative efforts, but also I think more and more with opportunities from thinking in the future of work, and some of the things that Devin said, that these could all be part of a more gig economy and self-driven. So I'm quite optimistic with all the amount of digital infrastructure that we need to put out there to protect privacy, to give more agency, the ability for crowd civic tech workers is about to bloom, I think, even more.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in, Navroop. It's Patsy again. First of all, I found this conversation fantastic. There's so many different opportunities, and Martin just mentioned a few for connection and collaboration. And I always say it. I said it a little while ago. The power of the collective in action is basically what we're seeing here, which is fantastic. I'm also very hopeful for the future. It's obviously a very challenging time now, but I think for all of the aforementioned reasons in this discussion, we really have an opportunity ahead of us as we create the workplace of the future and society of the future. So I'm very hopeful. I believe that the business case and the social case are truly now understood and appreciated, and that wasn't always the case, having worked in this space for a long time, as many of you have as well. So I'm very hopeful about that, and also the next generation. I mean, I see with my own teenage kids, and Jeff mentioned it with the sports programs that he's involved in, and I just think to me that makes me very hopeful for the future. And then one final comment, food for thought on the diversity and inclusion front. Just a reminder that it's great to just do it and to bring diverse people into your organization or wherever you are based. But if we don't create the inclusion aspect of the equation, if the culture doesn't support it, it's not going to work. So I just want to highlight that as some food for thought to make sure that as we're all working towards the same collective goals, that we're ensuring that the cultures of the organizations that we're in enable diverse thinkers, diverse people to engage and to feel a sense of belonging. Because at the end of the day, as was mentioned, I think by Devin and others, we really just want to get the best minds around the table with diverse perspectives. So just something to think about. And thank you again for the opportunity today.
And finally, from me, I guess thanks so much for this opportunity to be part of this conversation. I'm really struck by the attention to some of the same issues that we're looking at in very different contexts around equity and inclusion that are percolating here and in this conversation in academic institutions in the US and others, which really give us an opportunity to learn from the way these things, these co-creation and ability to bring people together to talk about these things could be replicated in our own context and in dealing with development and developing country context. So lots to learn from all of your experience and take it forward in our work. Thanks for enjoying this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I can't be more grateful, but I do want to, kind of divert the credit back to the team here, who's been working tirelessly. Many of them are here, including Anthony, Shri, Sydney, Mike, and others as well. If you don't have your video on, don't blame me for not saying your name. Yeah, so again, one more time as we say aloha from Hawaii, and I will see you all tomorrow. I think this is going to continue, and the topics that we touched upon today, we're going to double click on them tomorrow, whether it's the future of work or when it comes to energy transition, for example. So you have the agenda. We will be shooting over some invites to you as well, and really looking to follow up with everyone with all these amazing things you brought to the table today. And with that, thank you very much. We hopefully finishing almost on time. We've been very on point today, so I think timing's been great with all the roundtables. So thank you again, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye, all.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent.
Bye.
Excellent day.
Bye, everybody. Fantastic. Bye.
Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.